in your role, the head of bank UTPS, Bapak Dr. Jeffrey yang Widodo, and also the second examiner, itu Dr. Felician okay, and all the students, the examinees, uh, very happy to see you here. Finally, you could sit in this hot chair. For today's examination. Before we start, let's pray over the Can we? Finish. Okay. The first agenda will be welcome remark from KUTPS, Bapak Dr. Jeffrey yang The floor is yours, Pak.
Baik. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera, kita senang. Senang sekali hari ini kita berjumpa dua. Proposal, ya, selamat untuk semuanya. Itu ini bukan ini sesuatu yang menegangkan, tapi sesuatu yang memperdalam yang selama ini mungkin untuk pertemuan konsultasi tidak efektif, sehingga dari ini menjadi satu tempat wadah untuk kalian bisa lebih intensif. Ya, nanti akan mendapat masukan dari senior kita, dari Luis, dari Pak Syukur, dan juga Pak Prodi kita yang fresh jawaban, ya, dokternya. Nah, itu masih meluk-meluk kan, itu nanti akan memberikan pada ya, selama ini Anda bimbingan terus rebutan sama kelas berikutnya. Ya enggak sampai ada komplain dari batch 9 itu. Mana saya enggak diperhatikan kan gitu. Nah, hari ini khusus untuk memperhatikan Anda sedang bukan proposal Thesis gitu. Tentu ini menjadi satu yang apa ini diharapkan lebih efektif, ya, lebih efektif karena Anda langsung mendapat masukan dari menulis Pak Satu, Pak William Sahabat, gitu ya, jelas di masing-masing apa itu kita lihat, ya. Nah, pertanyaannya Hesti, Pak, nanti apa tuh Inggris? Wah, itu sejak kemarin katanya Hesti sampai nggak tidur, tapi lumayan biar diet ya, biar diet gitu ya. Nah, gitu. Karena kalau enggak itu waduh SD itu harus double portion gitu ya, kalau enggak makanya terus mengembang diri kanan gitu. Sekarang saya diet dia lebih tak lihat lebih langsing guys gitu ya. Apalagi ya, apalagi kemarin hari kemarin tuh full ceria dia karena jagai Mas Pandi terus dia ya. Iya. Wah, kayak guru seneng, waduh. Itu satu pujian kalau saya langsung itu ya. Ya, kumisnya yang masih belum dicukur ini. Ya, sambil nunggu Pak ya, Pak Sakur. Nah, para mahasiswa peserta proposal, silakan nanti Anda ini bertanya, enggak apa-apa. Justru Anda nanti ditanyai sekalian nanti bertanya, gitu ya kan? Seharusnya gimana Pak? Seharusnya gimana Bu? Gitu. Jadi lebih gitu. Tapi Pak Sahabat minta Pak Sahabat mesti itu Indonesia nanti ya campur ya Pak Sahabat ya, nanti campur medis ya, nanti kasihan kita nggak mau gitu. Nah, expert semua ya, gitu ya. Ya, resmi juga ya, akhirnya gitu ya. Nah, nah, yang kedua kemarin titipan dari Pak Ketua SKIP Sidoarjo bahwa Anda adalah harapan kita untuk publikasi. Publikasi. Kita karya Anda nanti bisa dipublikasikan, ya, syukur bisa Sinta 3, bahkan Sinta 2, gitu ya. Bersyukur lagi kalau internasional jurnal. Nah, nilainya yang besar itu kalau Anda melibatkan dosen, gitu ya. Jadi kolaborasi antara student dan dosen. Nah, harapan saya sebagai KUPPS atau program, tolong di karya Anda itu ada citasinya artikel dosen, ya. Itu dimasukkan. Saya nggak memberikan itu saran lagi, tapi langsung dari saat ini saya sampaikan, tolong masukkan artikel itu. Minimal bukan pembimbing, bukan peneliti, gitu ya. Nah, gimana caranya? Nanti Prodi, ya, Mbak Esti, Mas Ivan akan memberikan daftar artikel-artikel dosen yang relate, yang kalian bisa ambil. Nah, saya punya program yang namanya Gerilya, gitu ya. Gerilya itu gerakan citasi karya ilmiah sesama. Nah, artinya sesama dosen atau sesama apa ini stakeholder di sini sivitas akademika untuk saling mencitasi. Nah, untuk itu ambil karya-karya artikel dari dosen-dosen Anda disitasi di sana. Ya. Simbiosis mutualis ketika Anda menggabungkan dosen Anda, dosen pembimbing Anda, dan dosen penguji Anda, baik di citasi maupun di tutor, gitu ya, itu akan menjadi sebuah plus buat Anda, gitu. Karena biasanya untuk masuk ke jurnal-jurnal terakreditasi, gitu ya, kalau internasional, kalau ada memang desain itu akan lebih mudah, gitu ya. Sekali lagi itu 2 poin yang saya katakan, sifatnya di sini Q&A aja ya, jadi nggak usah tegang, nggak usah terlalu takut gitu. Nanti malah kalau tegang terus malah nggak keluar gitu. Seperti kemarin tuh kelihatannya sudah menyiapkan diri gitu, tapi begitu di sini tegang nggak keluar gitu ya. Akhirnya malah istilahnya komunikasinya kenapa ya. Itu demikian pesan orang tua, katanya kalau mau ujian gini jangan terlalu banyak ngomong, nanti malah tambah tegang gitu ya. Jadi hari ini saya banyak. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Ini, oke. Ya, don't worry. Ya, makanya saya ini kan pembimbing satu itu harus menjadi penguji dua itu tujuannya untuk biar nggak duduk gitu. Ada kalau lihat wajahnya Bu Sul, saya sudah tenang lagi ya. Nah, lihat wajahnya penguji satu, dedek lagi gitu ya. Kalau dedek lihat wajahnya Bu Sulis gitu ya. Wah, gimana ini masih masih regulasi aja sudah dedek gitu. Ya, itu sudah berdoa didongani Bu Sulis ini. Pokoknya nanti kalau dedek lihat Bu Sulis gitu ya. Nah, ini memang tujuannya kenapa Pak Sahabat Setup pembimbing satu itu wajib berada di ruangan itu ya begini gitu ya. Karena belum diuji saja udah redek gitu ya. Nah, ketika dedek lihat, nah itu ada ibu saya di sana. Itu sudah kembali lagi confident gitu ya. So, nah, ya oke ya. Itu jokesnya begitu ya, jokesnya begitu. Tapi sebagai scholar kan nggak boleh begitu. Scholar itu ya. Jadi proses konsultasi itu akhirnya bahasa Indonesia, bahasa apa gimana? Ya, it's okay ya. Nanti proses ujiannya 30 menit itu full in English ya. Because you said that you are nervous, then I shift into bahasa Indonesia. Then again and again, please, this proposal or this thesis proposal examination is for, completing the insights, melengkapi masukan-masukan yang mungkin masih belum kemarin, and to clarify some, some points that might be not understood yet. Yeah. Okay. So let me check the students first. Uh, Wahyu Sudrajat. Okay. The title is Javanese and Maduri Student Perception Towards Dialects of English Conversations. The second one is Ibu Okiria, Politeness, Language Analysis Found in Teacher-Student Interaction in Post-Pandemic at SMK Favorit Pungging. And the third one is Ibu Fitria Ulfa. Ibu Fitri, the title is Teaching Speaking Using English British Council Teens websites. And the fourth one is Hesti Kumala Dewi. The title is Teaching Speaking Skills Through Duolingo Application to Seventh Grade Students of at at SMPM2 Tanggulangin. And the last one is Pak Munawar. Pak Munawar has already asked permissions that he would be here at 3 because he is still doing some work in the office. Okay, so the first examinee will be Mas Wahyu Sudrajat, and the examiner, the first examiner will be Bapak Dr. Abdul Shakur, still on the way here. And the second one is Ibu Dr. Sulistianingsih MPT MJA. And then for the first examinee, Bapak Wahyu Sudrajat, are you ready for that? For this examination? Okay, so for Mas Wahyu Sudrajat, you must be here, stay here, and the rest students, please wait outside. Yeah, wait outside. And Ibu Dr. Siti Aisyah, if you need to have some lunch, okay, you can have a break yet. And then the next session, we would like to confirm, or if you want to sit here, is okay also. Yeah. So, okay, please, the rest of the students, yeah, you can leave outside. Thank you. Photo. Oh, yes, ma'am. Oh, signature. Good. Yeah. Terus
Good afternoon. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Honorable for Chairman of Postgraduate, Mr. Dr. Priyanto Widodo, and the second one, Honorable for uh, Head of MPBI, Mr. Dr. Yudanto Sapat, and Honorable for First Examiner, uh, Mr. Shakur, and Second Examiner, Memlis. Thank you very much for the opportunities. Let me to uh, present my thesis proposal entitled Japanese and Madure Students' Perception Towards Dialects at English Conversation. The first one is background of study. According to Sirekar 2017, recognizing language involves knowing its culture. And then Change claims that culture in English language instruction has typically centered on the target culture of English-speaking nation. The students may not be able to communicate well during the conversational process. Misunderstandings or problems might arise. Lacks of understanding within the mother language background of various races and tribes frequently results in violence between groups. In fact, it might have repercussions in other sectors, including the evolution of the teaching learning process by Nuho and Kurani 2011. The second one, statements of the problem. The first one is, how is Madure students' perception towards Japanese students speaker in English conversation? And the second one is, how is Japanese students' perception towards Madure students speaker in English conversation? Objective of the problem, the first one is to describe the Madure's perception towards Japanese students speaker in English conversation class. And the second one is to describe the Japanese students' perceptions towards Madure student speaker in English conversation class. The second one, the third one is significance of the study for the teacher. The English teacher get additional knowledge and science on diversity of students' mother tongue. It can be applied in teaching learning process, especially in English conversation. For the students, hopefully students can improve their pronunciation, accent, stress, emotion, motivation, exposure, instruction, intonation in English. And they can improve their personality. And the third one is for the researcher. By conducting this study, the further researcher can develop the research and make a citation based on the result of the study. Scope and limitation. The researcher has the scope of the study is students' perception in Madures and Japanese speakers in English conversation. And the limitation of the study is the Madures students' perception towards Japanese student speaker in English conversation class. And the Japanese students' perception towards Madure student speaker in English conversation class. Assumption. The basic assumption of the study is by knowing the perception of students in diversity of mother tongue, the researcher can make open new views and new ways towards approach in teaching learning process. And also by knowing the students' perception, learning goal can be raised. Chapter 2, review of related literature. Chapter 3, research design. The study has two model set of data. The first data took from observation field notes. Then the result of observation field notes uses qualitative, and the second data took from questionnaires. Then the result of the data measured by quantitative analysis. The study will explanatory with mixed method design. This method is an approach to research that involves the collection, analysis, and integration of quantitative and qualitative data, baik, Creswell, and Plano. The subject of the study, the setting of the study is SMK Trisakti PJ Pasuruan is located in Pasuruan, SMPN 1 Senduro is located in Lumajang City, MA Darussola is located in Jember City, and also English Department students of Winkas is located in Jember City. Search of data and the data. First, the result of the observation clip notes and recording works contain of students' interaction of each other and description, the real situation when Japanese and Madurese are conveyed in the English conversation. And the second one, the data of the result of questionnaires are filled by students in order to find out the speaker's perception of their dialects. The instrument, there are the research instrument that we use. The first one is Big Notes, and the second one is a recorder, laptop, and also online questionnaires. Data collection procedures and observation field notes just conduct in SMK Trisakti PJ Pasuruan. The data will obtain through field notes and online questionnaires. Then a set of questionnaires deployed by online questionnaires fit to SMPN 1 Senduro Lumajang, MA Darussola Jember, and also English Department of Winkas Jember. The analysis. The data from observation field notes will be displayed by narration by sort of data, classify the data, and display data. Then a set of questionnaires contain a demographic data. Demographic data consists of age, gender, education places, and perception will be deployed to the participant. Demographic data adapted from TIN 2020, containing the age, gender, mother tongue, participant origin as the headlines of questionnaire. Then a Likert scale used to describe participant perception between Madurese and Japanese speaker towards their dialect in English conversation. With the interval start from 1, it means it doesn't apply at all, to 5, it means it applies completely. The data from questionnaires by calculating and measuring the frequency and percentage of participant responders. And then the tool to analyze, to measure the data, use SPSS. Then a data from participant perception will be classified by gender, age, and education class. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for presentations. You have been presenting for 7 minutes and 57 seconds. Thank you very much for presentations. And it's now time for us to have the feedback from the examiners. The first examiner is Bapak Dr. Abdi Syakul. The floor is yours. 10 minutes for you to give the feedback and insight. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, our chairman of this program. Yeah, namely as our senior lectures, and this is an advisor one. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. This title is very necessary to, what is it, to ask to you, yeah, because Japanese and Madurese and Dutch probably. Okay, okay, Mas Wahyu. Okay, what kind of linguistic competence that you have known about this theory? Yeah.
Okay. According to Chomsky, 1965, divides between linguistic competence. There are analyzed capacity, performance, and the creation of real occurrence.
Okay, yeah, then in the chapter 2, you have write down here the comparative or previous study. As far as we know that in this thesis, yeah, in this proposal of this thesis, you put 3 previous study. That's enough according to you?
uh, because the perception of Japanese endurance is not closely researched, then the researcher find out only two criteria.
Yeah. My suggestion, when you have some, what is it, research, probably in KKNI level 9, yeah, you should put minimally 5. Yeah. Oh yeah, level 8 ya. Oh ya, level 8 ya. Oke. Jadi
What is KKNI? KKNI.
ya, kerangka kurikulum nasional Indonesia. Oke. Jadi ini tolong nanti ditambahkan, pembimbingnya senior loh. Ada nama saya juga di situ kan seperti itu. Jadi ini kalau hanya 3 nanti kurang ya.
Previous.
Previous. Ya. Oke. Then ya ini baru terjadi pada diri saya kemarin. Ya, open 33, page 33. Oke. Ya, you know that this study will explanatory with mixed method design. Ya. You put Criswell and Plano 2011. Ya. Create again with Criswell, not Plano. Jadi, Mas, ini mumpung masih proposal ya, ketimbang dibongkar nanti, lebih baik langsung miliknya Criswell, jangan Plano. Ya, langsung the creators of author. Kenapa kok saya bilang begitu? Ini untuk apa ya? Mentasbihkan bahwa penelitian panjenengan itu benar-benar di riset metodenya adalah Criswell, bukan Plano. Plano ini nggak tahu siapa kan seperti itu kan ya. Abdul Sakur tahu-tahu muncul di sini. No, ya. You should create the first author. Ya. The first, what is it? Expert probably. Ya. Then kemudian saya mau tanya, Mas. Data collection procedures. You have put field notes, ya. Willis 2000, ya. Kenapa kok bisa ini, Mas? Willis muncul di tahun 2000, Mas.
Because the publication of the two published at 200.
2000 or 200?
2000.
2000. Okay. 2000 ya. 200 books ya. Oke. Okay. Then ini diperbaiki lagi. Read again. Ya, because this is not Mendeley style that you use here. Ya. In the first chapter, really, I create. Ya. I'm very happy. I'm very surprised that wah, mahasiswa magister menggunakan Mendeley. Sudah bagus sekali. Ya, tambah ke belakang, kok tambah habis Mendeley-nya. Nah, kan seperti ini. Ya. Have you create about the Mendeley? Use the Mendeley? Only chapter 1. Okay. Iya, man. Iya. Ya. After this, after we have some suggestion for me and from Mendeley, you should be create again. From the first chapter till the last chapter. Use a Mendeley. Yeah. Okay. If you have no research skill in Mendeley, you should be pitched to our chairman. So you ask to them, you ask to her, to him. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah, this proposal I think is where is it ya? Sangat-sangat bagus sudah menurut saya. Nah, cuman perbaikan ya. Oke. Barusan udah dapat KKMI level 8 ya. 8 level ya. Ya. Then Japanese and Sundanese. Kenapa Mas kok nggak cari yang Maduris juga Mas? Ini ya.
Because the similarities of the study is identified of perception between the dialect.
Yep.
Then and the researcher not found perception of Japanese and Maduro. The researcher found of Japanese and Suleiman.
Okay. Okay. I will give you some solution to make this sure. Yeah. Open the Google Scholar. Yeah. Then create about Japanese and Madurese first. This is the keyword. Banyak ini Mas. Udah tumpuan bahasa Indonesianya ya. Then the dialect. Japanese, Madurese, dialect. Ya, banyak itu Mas. Ngambil 5 tahun terakhir. Ya, buka ya Google Scholar. Bisa toh? Ya. Masukkan di situ Japanese and Madurese dialect in English or English conversation or English speaking. Banyak sekali. Ya. Dah, itu dari saya udah bagus ini. Ya.
Thank you very much.
Ya, you're welcome.
Thank you very much, Bapak Prof. Candidate Dr. Abdi Syakur for the insights. It's very fruitful input from Pak Syakur. And the next examiner will be Ibu Dr. Sulistianingsih as the second examiner. The floor is yours, Ibu.
Okay, thank you, Pak Sabar. Yeah. Wahyu.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. I continue the question from Mr. Dr. Sakur. It's already long time, yeah, never seen you, yeah. Yeah, if Mr. Sakur's already asked you about the page 2 and 3, yeah. Chapter 2 and 3, I will ask you chapter 1. That's about how important your research to do. Why did you choose this title? How important to do?
Because the researcher often found of the lot of perception of dialect. For example, the researcher ever found when the Madurese and Japanese students doing conversation, the Madurese asked to the Japanese speaker, "What is chair?" But not let's say what is chair, but what is cherry? What is cherry? And then the Japanese students answer that chai is the one of following plan. Because the miss of perception, the central speak dialect because the mother speaker while conducting the chair with the chai. Chai it means the chai in Japanese and it means ginger in English. So the miss of highlight.
Piece of dialect, yeah. Do you know what is the differences between dialect and accent? Accent.
According of Romain 2010, accent is a technique of pronunciation, and then the dialect is a language spoken by residents of particular area.
Only that? How many kind of dialect?
There are three kind of dialect. The first one is time, region,
Dialect of time, dialect of temporal.
time, control, sorry, and dialect of social, and then the third one is dialect of region or area.
Oh yeah, dialect of region, yeah. For example, for dialect of region,
For example, the dialect of Madurese,
mhm,
and then
different
different
region,
different region.
Madurese in different region.
Maybe there are Sumenep and also Bangkalan. There are different of dialect.
Different of dialect. Okay. One question, one more question, yeah. What can influence of accent? Of accent.
There are according to Romain, there are at least three layers of organization of distinguished dialect. There are pronunciation, grammar or syntax, and also vocabulary.
Okay. Yeah, I will add once more. Yeah. So, what kind of instrument are you going to use to collect your data?
Uh, the first one is instrument observation business, recorder, and then questionnaire.
Listener, yeah. Okay. Enough, I say. Enough. Pak.
Most the first one is in Pasuruan, Kasubalatisakti, and the second one M. Agnarusola, SMP and 105 Lumajang, and undergraduate students of UIN Jember. There are four. Secondly, secondly, secondly. The first one is observation notes. The second one is questionnaire online questionnaire, and the third one is recorder. Recorder is the real situation because the yes video. Thank you. Questionnaire. It's okay. Thank you. Will you get off the recorder? Thank you very much, Mr. Sabat. Maybe for Mr. Shakur. Mr. Shakur, can you give me a suggestion to what is it to short untuk menguraikan beberapa isu-isu. Very good. Ya, this is the solution ya. Ini fungsinya proposal examination itu di sini, gitu ya. Memberikan feedback, suggestions, and many things else ya. Okay. So, is there anything else? Enough ya? Remember? You, she has already given you. You want more? Okay. Well, I think enough. Bu Sulis has already given you the feedback. Yeah. Okay. If you don't have any clarification or confirmations to examiners, I think enough. Thank you.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. Sapat. Thank you, Mr. Sakur. Thank you very much on this. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Welcome for the into examination room. And in this occasion, you have 10 minutes for presentations. And after that, the rest of the time will be questions and answer session from two examiners. So 10 minutes is for you. The floor is yours.
Ya, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, the Honorable of the Chairman of STKIP PGRI Sidoarjo, and the Honorable of the head of STKIP PGRI Sidoarjo, and the Honorable of all the examiner of the season today. Okay, I will present about my thesis proposal with the title of my thesis proposal is Politeness Language Analysis Found in Teacher-Students Interaction in Post-Pandemic at SMK Favorit Pungging. For the background of the study, the COVID pandemic has posed an example educational problem necessary in cessation of face-to-face interaction as UNESCO state in 2020. And teacher need to see and observe what students do directly. So the transfer of information or knowledge and the character can be conveyed to the maximum. And on the other hand, the teacher cannot monitor whether the students themselves are doing the assignment because of the fact in the field many parents are most dominant in learning. And after the pandemic period, other problems emerge such as use of the language that most students communicate using many language varieties, and there is a language that is considered impolite. Next. It's many teenagers use language that is not in accordance with the rule. Today's teenager often confuse language, making it difficult for someone to people understand it. And the teenager who usually use language like that are considered normally because there are many in our environment. As like the students use slang of language in the communication or interaction in the class with the teacher, like using anjay, using using so many language that like fuck. So many students use many slang of language now. Okay, next. For the statement of the problem of this research, I have three research statement. The first is how are the politeness strategy employed by teacher and students interaction in post-pandemic era. The second one is how are politeness language interaction employed by students interaction in post-pandemic era. And the third is what are the most frequent politeness strategy employed by teacher and students interaction in post-pandemic era. And for the objective of the research is there are three objectives of the research. The first is to describe of the language politeness employed by teacher to student in interaction in post-pandemic era. The second one is to describe of the language politeness employed by students interaction in post-pandemic era. And the last one is to describe of the most frequent politeness employed by teacher and students interaction in post-pandemic era. For the significance of the research is the end of the research is how students improve their interpersonal communication skill so they can speak more politely in their teacher or classmate. Next. For the scope and limitation, the scope of this research are teacher and students of SMK Favorit Pungging. The researcher focus on 12 TKJ and MM class for conduct this research. And for the limitation of this research, focus on language politeness that used in learning process. This research investigate the language politeness in interaction between teacher to students and students to students. For the review of related literature, there are five parts. The first is post-pandemic. The second one is language interaction. The third is sociolinguistic, and the fourth is speech act, and the last one is politeness strategy. For this strategy, I use Brown and Levinson about the politeness methodology will be used in this research that identify four basic strategy for the politeness in relation to SPRS or there are about on report, positive politeness, negative politeness, and also off report. This is about the previous study. I have a four politeness previous study, sorry. The first one is about academic and emotional effect of online learning during the COVID pandemic. The second one about the study of language politeness strategy in daily conversation as shown in Herrick House. And the third is analysis of emotionally act used by a main character in Akela and the movie. And the last one is the impact of social media on student social interaction in the subject of the four related studies. Okay, for the research design, as part of the research, we'll use a mixed method to the data, both qualitative and quantitative, to collect and analyze combined using mixed method as the theory of cross-rule. And the first and the second research question were answered using descriptive qualitative, and the third question will answer using descriptive qualitative. For the subject of the study, this research investigates language politeness between teacher and students of SMK favorit tinggi, where researcher focus on vocabulary and emphasis for conduct research. The data for this study is are interaction using politeness strategy that are variant between student to teacher and student to student in SMK. For the data collection procedure, I use observation first. After observe the class, I will record video about the interaction between teacher and student, between student to student in the class. And after the recording, I put it in table to analysis and classify. Next. After collecting the the next step is to analyze the data that has been collected. This research design has a data analysis approach is descriptive analysis, identifying, classifying, analyzing, and conducting data as a primary theory. The first is observation, checking video. After that, make it transcript of the video of communication interaction between teacher, student, and student to student. And after making transcript, I will identify that the data and classify to the table of the result. Next, please. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. You have already presented within 9 minutes 16 seconds. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for the presentations. And now it's time for us to listen the feedback from the examiner. The first examiner will be Bapak Dr. Abdul Shakur. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Yulianto Sabat, our beloved doctor. And thank you for our senior lectures, members. Nice to meet you, Balki.
Yeah.
I've never met you before, but Would you mind if you open your previous study?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. You have for previous study, yeah. You have made some table that first is title and writer, and then method, finding, and similar. Yeah. Yeah. This is about linguistic also. Yeah. When I learn and when I read about the bloomer, yeah, I'm still confused with that up to now. Yeah. But I said to our senior lecturer memory said, wow, this is very wonderful. Yeah. Presentation. And memory said, oh yeah, sulit bimbingan. Betul. Yeah. In my classmate, for about 6%, just 1% have descriptive linguistic. Yeah. Another is about translation, technique, method, analysis. Wah, itu. Yeah. So you have brief to create these differences. Yeah. As far as we know, how many politeness strategies have you used or will be used after this?
Thank you for the question. For the strategy about the Brown and Levinson verified also the four. The first is ball on record, positive politeness, negative politeness, and off record of the strategy. And uh,
Okay, come on.
um, like in the first maybe ball on the board have many contents of ball on the board, and also many also all the strategy have a part of the strategy that will analyze.
Okay, there are 6 politeness positive strategies.
It's positive for the positive strategy.
Ya,
Yes.
betul ya. Ini.
Yes.
Jadi saya hafal betul ini. Jadi karena ini presentasi saya dulu.
Positive,
Mbak, ya,
positive,
oke.
positive. For the
Positive ya.
positive politeness.
Okay. In that positive politeness, there are 3 branches of strategies. Positive politeness. Yeah.
Okay.
In our skill for about speaking, yeah. Then intrinsic, and then yeah, extrinsic. Okay, well, okay, yeah. In for previous study, apa yang membedakan penelitian jenengan dengan yang 4 ini apa kira-kira?
Okay. For the previous study, it just in the first is all of my previous study using, especially in the method is different. In my method, I use mixed method, but in all the previous study using a descriptive qualitative method. And all about the context of the previous study also different. Like in the first previous study is the finding of the first previous study is concerned in significant difference in student connection with other students and
Okay.
teacher.
Stop it. Yeah. I remember that when I presented about politeness language, my advisor said to me that you are not linguist, but you should move to the department. You should move to education language. Said to me that. Ya, hari ini saya menemui lagi. Jadi ini udah ya, ini tatarannya S3 sebenarnya, Mbak. Kalau ya bisa masuk ke forensik ini. Lengis ini. Ya, judgment. Ya, oke, ya, thank you. When you will finish this proposal, be careful because this is polite language. Yeah, you should be create again about your knowledge about what is the novelties of this politeness language analysis? Ya, ya karena penelitiannya di SMK berarti yang dianalisis adalah interaksi guru dan murid. Ya, ya. Everyone have no skill. Ya, banyak yang sudah banyak kemampuannya, tapi komunikasinya nggak benar. Itu yang lagi benar. Nah kan, iya Mem ya. Ya, banyak dosen pinter-pinter sekarang, tapi ngomong sama seniornya aja gak becus. Ini yang kita harus tingkatkan ya. Language analysis is implement. Thank you, Mem. Sangat-sangat sulit ini, Mem. Jadi deskriptif kualitatif dari 6 teman saya banyak yang mundur, pindahnya ke yang lain. Thank you. Study. Yeah, because this is the mixed method probably, yeah, mixed method. Okay. When I use this, yeah, my advisor said, yeah, move to education department, English education department. Ini bukan jurusan linguistik. Kalau linguistik mean you should be described. Ya, in last describing make some novelties, keterbaruan. Ya, for example, ya, this previous research focus on student and teacher workspace condition and emotion. Ya, the differences of this my research, I see this politeness language in work in teacher and students and student and the student and partner, ya, in apa kira-kira? Kira-kira apa, kan belum jadi nih. Kalau saya mengarahkan nanti ditulis semua bagus ini kan seperti itu. Ya kan seperti itu. Jadi apa di unggah-ungguhnya atau di skillful speakingnya atau tata keramanya. Silakan.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Last last suggestion. Ines, thank you very much.
Thank you. Prof. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. May I answer it? Because,
Yes, for about the way you are writing, yeah, the way you are writing your appendix, yeah.
yes, ma'am.
Appendix, maybe you can I also don't know. Appendixes, I think usually to be written with CAS. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
That's for the cover, yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
And the way to write appendix 1, 2, 3 at the top right side, not at the left,
Yes,
top right side. So the other will easily to look at page. And then this your table analysis for positive, negative, what record and off record, yeah.
yes,
But
ma'am.
from this is the second one, yeah. The
Yes.
second step, yeah.
Second step.
The first step,
The first step, I making observe first and taking the video recording, ma'am. video
Uh-huh.
recording in the class about the interaction students
Yeah.
and teacher.
I hope you can add the script, yeah,
Oh,
at the
yes,
appendix,
ma'am.
yeah,
Yes,
at the
the
appendix.
appendix, the script
So,
of,
the script of video
yeah,
recorded, yeah.
yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then how do you are you going to identify
For
the four element?
okay, for identify, I also use the table, ma'am. I make
Yeah,
table,
and
the
then
table. Then after I make transcript in video, transcript the communication of the result of the communication of the video, and I will make classify,
yeah,
identify first,
to
and
identify
which one is um sentence that
yeah,
contain
the
in
way.
the
So you
way
have to make a new table.
new table.
New table. The classification become will be number, sentence,
It's like in
sentence.
table 4.6, ma'am. In the page 32, there are also number and the politeness strategy and the sentence
32.
32.
Okay. Yeah. Positive. Oh yeah. Positive,
Yes.
negative, and after that,
Positive, negative, bold on record and off record. So the part of
so
strategy.
how do you classify to become minimize strategy one, maximum efficiency? What are you going to fill here at the appendix 1?
For the appendix 1, in the appendix 1 is just checklist. Checklist, is it maybe for the example of report, there is a strategy 1, strategy 2, like give hand is in the video has sentence or contain with
I
give
mean-
hint.
I mean, at the page 32, positive aligners sentence, and then
Yes.
you put
Put
the
the
soup
the-
about the record. Which one?
okay, for the
One table more. One table more. That's about part of what record, yeah. I don't know. It's how many? 15, yeah.
yeah.
Maybe you have to put only the number. So which number of what record soup?
Soup.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe later you can see me.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Kenapa?
Yeah. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yeah. Yes, complete. Yes. I'm so sorry. I try to delete actually, but it's still on that. Yeah. No Mandy, EPA. APE, EPE. I'm so sorry, I forgot. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Thank you for Pak Syakur, Pak Syakur, Mem Sulis, and Pak Sabat. Thank you. Ay, thank you, Mas Mas Ivan. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. The Honorable, the Chairman of Education, Magister English Education at STKIP PGRI Sidoarjo. The Honorable, the Head of Magister
English education at STKIP PGRI Sidoarjo and the honorable all of the examiners. Okay, thank you for the chance to me to present my thesis proposal. And the title is Teaching Speaking Using English British Council Teams website through Joyful Learning to undergraduate students. There are three contents of my thesis: Chapter 1, Chapter 2, and Chapter 3. The Chapter 1 is Introduction, background of the study. English is one of the languages widely used for communication, both as an international language and as a second language in some countries. Consequently, students are hoped to be mastered in the four skills. They are listening, speaking, reading, and writing. And the students must able to use the three language components, namely vocabulary, pronunciation, and grammar. So the skills are divided into two. They are receptive skills and projective skills. And then based on Permawati 2018, speaking is the highest target of English language because speaking is the basis of communications, which becomes function learning. And speaking is one of the complicated productive skills, includes ideas, feelings, and thought directly. And in the 21st century, must have four skills, which stand for creative thinking, critical thinking, problem solving, communication, and collaboration. And this one, British Council is one of the solution of website based on Steve 2019. Is a British Council organization that specializes in global possibilities for education and culture, which works in more than 100 nations. And to increase collaboration in the art, science, technology, and education. On this website, there are a lot of changes in levels, changes in skills, and changes in component in English. Okay, for teaching speaking, that actually field board. So we can use technique. One of joyful learning is used where the teacher uses a game to present the subject and a pleasant setting to ensure that learning objectives are met as effectively as possible. Okay, for the statement of the problem, they are two. Number one, how is the implementation of teaching speaking using English British Council Teams website through Joyful Learning to the first semester students year 2022-2023 at STKIP PGRI Sidoarjo? And number two is how is the assessment of the students speaking using English British Council Teams website through Joyful Learning to the first semester students year 2022-2023 at STKIP PGRI Sidoarjo. And then objectives of the study. Number one, to describe the implementation of teaching speaking using English British Council Teams website through Joyful Learning to the first semester students year. And number two, to find out the assessment of students speaking using English British Council Teams website through Joyful Learning to the first semester students year 2022-2023 at STKIP PGRI Sidoarjo. And the significance of the study to the writer and reader and the teacher and students. For the writer and the reader, to prove this method of teaching speaking using British Council Learning English Teams website through Joyful Learning is very good for teaching English for beginner level. And for the teacher and students, to design and apply the creativity learning and teaching process by using British Council Learning English Teams website through Joyful Learning to the first semester. Scope and limitation. The scope of the study is lecture and the first semester students of STKI PPG Sidoarjo. And the limitation of this study is the implementation of teaching speaking using English British Consultants website and the assignment of students speaking using English British Consultants website through joyful learning. A personal definition, teaching speaking is the way how to share some knowledge about how to speak well as a native speaker. And English British Council Learning English website is a website that supports all activities in English, both in skills or components. British Council Learning English is one of websites that is used to teach English, both skill and components. And joyful learning can some use proper learning environment might improve students' imaginative capability, trigger learning enthusiasm, and motivate students to keep learning. They are chapter 2, teaching speaking. Okay, for the previous study, they are 3. Number 1 is Mika study. Number 1 is Mika study. Focus on implementation digital platform. Mika study focus on the learning outcomes, while the study focus on speaking skill. And Mika study use Islamic religious learning, and this study focus to undergraduate students. Because study use qualitative method and the study use qualitative and quantitative method. The second previous study is Finance focus on reading comprehension skill, while the study focus on speaking skill. And the Finance used CAR or classroom action research, and the study focus on mixed method. And Finance focus on treasure clue game to improve reading skill, but in this research focus on English British Consultants website. The last previous study from Risky et al. The focus on students' learning motivation, and this research focus on English British Consultant website in teaching speaking. And this study use qualitative research with case study, and this research focus on mixed method. Chapter 3, research methodology, research design. This research use mixed method involve collecting and mixing or integrating of both quantitative and qualitative data in a study. And the subject taken a participants as subject of the study in the first semester students year, and the researcher focused on the English teacher in implementing using English British Consultants website through joyful learning. Source of the data and data. Source of data for the study are the English lecture of speaking class, and the additional participants were the students of age 2021's class. The instrument, they are observation field notes, interview, and tests. Data collection procedures. First, observation field notes. Aim to learn implementation teaching speaking using material of English British Consultant website through joyful learning. This method was used to observe the research site, the circumstances and atmosphere that occurred in the field. And interview, the researchers intend to collect data regarding from the English lecture about the goals of using materials. And the tests, some tests were used to learn about the success of using the English British Consultants website content to learn speaking skills through joyful learning. Data analysis. The data were created using field notes from observations, interviews, and tests. The displays process the data in a way that makes the information understandable, readable, acceptable, compact, and organized.
Okay, thank
Thank
you. Exactly 10 minutes. Exactly 10 minutes. Thank you very much for your presentation. I
Yes,
think you
you're
have practiced a lot that it is 10 minutes, exactly 10 minutes. Yeah, sharp. Okay. So, Pak Sakur, as the first examiner, please give the feedback, suggestions, or anything else. From yours.
Okay, Mbak Fitri. Yeah, in this proposal, yeah, I would like to ask you, this is focused on teaching speaking or British Consultants website? No,
both of,
both of.
yes.
Okay, because you said to me that both of this thesis will be hard, yeah? Yeah. Okay. But it's gonna be mine, yeah. Okay. Okay. Teaching speaking using English British Council 10 website drop. Okay. Could you mean if you show me that where is the website? Ada website-nya enggak?
Yeah, there is the website
Where is it?
on the page 14.
In the feed 14.
14.
Okay.
The material from the website.
Okay. Right.
They are some links.
Okay, 14.
14.
Okay. List material of English speaking for beginner. Yeah. By shoes. Then for website.
Yes.
Okay. In for website, what kind of what is it? Material that you will explain here.
Number 9, sir.
Number 9.
Yes, a rhyme in it.
Okay. Then, okay. In this, what is it? Methodology. Yeah. Chapter 3. Yeah. Research methodology. You will mix, yeah, qualitative
Yes.
and
Qualitative.
quantitative. Okay. Why did you use qualitative and quantitative?
Okay, sir. Thank you for your asking. And I try to answer. I use mixed method because I have two business problem. Okay. The number one of business problem is how is the implementation. So how is the implementation is using qualitative method. And the number two is how is the achievement of students speaking. So it is answer the for quantitative method.
My last questions. Why did did you use, or I said, quantitative?
Okay, sir. Thank you. Maybe let us smile, yeah. It's in order to I'm not nervous.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Quantitative method is answer the second research problem. Okay.
Answer the
Sec-
second part.
The second research problem. And the instrument of the quantitative method is test.
Okay.
So,
Kenapa kok gak dikembang? Kok hanya diukur saja? Ya, ayo jawab. Tak pancing-pancing gak keluar. Wow. Okay.
okay, because I just would like to know the result of the achievement of the student English Business Council by using test of the website.
Ya, izin saya kasih support ini biar gak mandek di pasca sarjana sini. Anda harus ke S3. Apa profesinya?
Cheers.
Teachers. Jadi dosen ya nanti ya.
Amin.
Ah. Di sini ada pakarnya tentang website. Our chairman here, Pak Sabat,
Oke.
ya,
Banyak belajar.
lah harus banyak belajar
Yes.
ini. Ya, beliau meneliti tentang pronunciation yang dikaitkan dengan website. Sebenarnya saya nggak mau tanya tadi, udah malas saya, karena ini ada pakarnya. Nanti yang tanya beliau, saya tak mengalah aja, seperti itu kan. Nah, oke. Jadi kenapa kok saya ukur? Kenapa kok menggunakan kuantitatif, kuantitatif, kuantitatif? Yaitu alasan saya mau nanya. Tense website ya. Nah, ini kalau pengen bagus, pengen ngangkat murid universitas ini, apa ini, pasca ini, jadi kembangkan. Jangan hanya diukur. Ya. Nanti guru, Ibu, di mana?
Islamic Elementary School.
Oh,
Al-Qadir Waqif.
yes. Yes, ma'am. Oke, Merdeka Belajar ya. Guru penggerak ya. Nah, ini kan guru yang digerak-gerakkan ini kan seperti itu kan. Oke. Oke. Ya, nanti biar Pak Sahabat yang ngasih masukan ini ya. Saya hanya our chairman here that you should be great again because uh, our chairman has passed and have graduation from this institution ya, from State University of Negeri Yogyakarta. Kepakarannya emang itu website sama speaking, pronunciation, masuk semua nih. Saya sudah gak punya materi nih kalau kayak gini. Mau nanya apa nanti dijawab kan? Kan seperti itu, kan seperti itu. Oke, ya. Gitu ya Mbak ya. Jadi jangan hanya diukur nih kalau bisa. Coba pakai DBR ya. Beliau ahlinya DBR itu ya. Mungkin kalau nggak mampu, mungkin nggak pakai yang lama. Ya, R&B lah minimal. Biar keren-keren dikit, Mbak. Speakingnya bagus. Ini tinggal kontennya saja ya, Mem ya. Biar jurnalnya menggigit gitu dari pasca ini ya. Tapi jangan kalau nggak mampu ya sudah ini. Yep. Ya, Pro. Ya, website. Oke. After that, ya, Mem. Ya. Then after this, you should create again about the development, dikembangkan. Ya, speaking, ya, writing, then reading by using website. Yes, ma'am. Formulation of the problem. Yeah, number 3. Develop the materials to become blah blah blah. Yes. Okay, Mbak Fitri, thank you. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Opinion. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay, thank
Thank
you.
you, Mr. Thakur. Very great advice. Thank you, Mr. Sek. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Ibu Bapak Dr. Abdi Syakur, Ibu Dr. Kristianise, you have already got okay, you have already got the insights from both examiners and very good insight from Pak Dr. Syakur to develop or to continue your research on development, research and development. To add one more research question. Yeah.
Okay, sir.
But it is the suggestions, Mbak Fitri, ya. You must think about your time, about your energy, and other aspects. Yeah, you can consult it to your advisors, and you must think it over about the suggestions because it is very good suggestions, but it will take some time. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, because your research title, if this is very good suggestions, but you must think about your time, your effort, and everything else. And if you look at this one, the title, Teaching Speaking Using English British Council, blah, 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 blah. So your title indicates that it belongs to actually, yeah, and it also not the development. Yeah. But if you add one more questions, then it will be shifted. Ini saran tapi bagus.
Thank you.
Nah, itu kasihan nanti saya Mbak Fitri, nanti saya gak tega saya nanti karena if you do that and you accept, I'm afraid your time will be running out, Mbak. Ya, memang sangat bagus dan itu luar biasa. But you must remember your title and your time. So ya, teaching speaking using English British Council Teams website through joyful learning, blah 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 blah. It belongs to actually qualitative research method. It doesn't belong to DPR. But if you accept Pak Sakur, then you will shift. Mulai dari ulang ya, itu bagus memang. Tapi nanti mungkin bisa dikonsultasikan ya ke advisor ya. Itu bagus, tetapi mungkin tadi ada kebijakan very wise dari advisor Anda bahwa okay, if you don't have enough time for today, for the time being, then you can continue for other articles ya. Itu supaya nanti Anda selamat dan tepat waktu gitu. Saya khawatir itu memang bagus ya. Orang kalau sudah suka meneliti itu sudah nggak ingat begitu, pokoknya dia fokus saja gitu. Nggak tahu tiba-tiba waktunya habis gitu ya. Gitu. Nah, saran saya Mbak untuk judul mungkin begini ya. Teaching speaking using English British Council 10 website to undergraduate students. Because if you're teaching speaking using English British Council 10 websites through joyful learning, there will be more variables which you can actually explore in scope and limitations ya. Ini saran saja. It will be much easier and understandable when you write teaching speaking using English British Council Sense website to undergraduate students. Dan very important, but we must remember about, ya Bu, sangat penting. I'm thinking about the words, the title, the words in the title. So the maximum will be 15, and so can you count so that you can write? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking of. Ya, tuh, ya, oke, tuh supaya nanti judulnya tidak keluar dari regulasi karena terlalu panjang nanti ya. Sangat menarik nanti. But you can write joyful learning to insight ya.
Yes, sir.
Yes, please. Siap. Siapa dosen dan pembimbingnya?
Yes. Barakallah. Thank you.
External exam.
Yes. Yes, sir. Yes, thank you. We are very appreciate to Mr. Sabat
Ya.
and Memlis.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Sakur. Yeah, and this is also the compliment for you and also for your advisors. Yeah, both of you. Okay, so again, yeah, in the first semester, yeah, Mbak.
Yes, sir.
In the first semester, have you? It means that it has been conducted. I mean, the research. Oh, okay then. Yeah, so that's why I was thinking like this one. Your research questions, page 6, yeah. How is the implementation of teaching speaking to the first semester student here, 2000 first semester? It's already, huh. I was thinking about that. Okay, so that I am afraid that you wrote the wrong subject. Saya khawatirnya karena ini kan proposal ya. Proposal itu berarti kan will be gitu ya. Will be. Tetapi kalau Anda sudah ini gitu ya, it's okay gitu ya. Artinya dengan sepengetahuan dan bimbingan dari advisors. Memang layaknya dalam proposal it will be done ya. But of course, because there is the information from the advisor, then okay then. Because your advisor is responsible for everything. Yeah, okay. I wrote here, but it should be the second semester.
Yes.
No, because I was thinking first semester it's already passed. How can you take the data? Nggak bisa, Mbak. Kalau misalnya gitu. Tapi beda lagi kalau ada informasi dan penjelasan yang lain. Tadi ya, advisor Anda sudah menjelaskan itu. Jadi kalau Anda tulis logikanya the first semester it has been it has already passed. Anda nggak bisa balik ke sana lagi. Harusnya adalah question. Gimana, Bu Liz? This is the proposal, right? Tapi sudah ini ya. Yeah, so that's why I'm afraid that it already passed. You cannot. No. As long as there is responsible, I mean, you know well, right? Okay. But logically, secara logika, kalau penguji akan bilang, oh itu sudah selesai, jadi Anda nggak bisa balik ke sana, kan gitu. Tapi advisor Anda sudah mengetahui semuanya. Oke, then. Page. Oke, page 7, Mbak. Mbak, kalau deskriptif jangan to find out ya, Mbak. It should be to describe. And then the other one is your grammatical error.
The second is quantitative, sir.
Oh, quantitative.
Yes, to find out. Yeah.
Hmm. Okay. So which one is the most dominant focus from you as researcher? Do you want to know about the implementations of speaking and then the achievement? Which one? Do you want to know the achievement or do you want to know the implementation?
I think both of,
So the focus is both of them?
yes, for teaching.
Mm-hmm. So it means that it is a mixed.
Yes, sir,
Okay,
it
a
is
mixed. Okay, a
mixed.
mixed method. Okay, then. So, okay, so the second set questions, I was thinking of, okay, then it's a mixed method, then okay, that's quantitative to find out. Yeah, okay. But it means that you have already recorded, Mbak ya?
Yes, sir.
Sudah ya, berarti semua proses sudah ya?
Yes.
Sudah kalau gitu. Oke. Anda
I,
oh, no, not today, man. Because this is still
Miss.
proposal, man. Let no, 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 no. It is just, it's still proposal. Okay.
In my YouTube, sir.
Okay,
the
later,
record.
because I do not want to know about the result. No, 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 no. It's still proposal, yeah, still far away from that. But page 11, the way you cite, Mbak, citasinya, Mbak.
Yeah.
Citasinya tulis dia, Ibu, can you see the
Yes.
way you cite? Itu bukan begitu cara mensitasinya ya,
Oh,
bukan
yeah.
titik ke titik.
Oh, yeah, yeah, sir. Thank you.
Tuh. And then for your previous studies, previous research, in the table, you have already written the different similarities and differences.
Yes.
But in your explanation, you only explain about the similarities.
Oh, yes. Okay,
Why
sir.
didn't you elaborate the difference?
Okay.
Am I correct, Mbak?
Yes,
Ah.
correct, sir. I will elaborate it.
Ya, di tabel sudah lengkap, tapi harus dielaborasi.
Yeah.
Ya,
Okay, sir. Thank you.
grammatical error again. Reference. Okay, have you used Mendeley?
I use CPA, sir.
APA, what version?
CPA in Word.
It will suffer you. Nanti kamu tersiksa kalau menggunakan APA, harus nulis satu persatu.
Oh,
Mendeley aja.
okay, sir.
Okay, that's all. I think. Congratulations, Mbak Fitri.
Thank
Yeah, good
Thank
luck for the
you.
rest.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr.
And
Sabat.
congratulations also to Bu Sulis. Congratulations for you also. The students under your supervisions. Wow, I'm happy to see. Yeah.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you, Mr. Sabat. Thank you, Mr. Sakur, and thank you, members. For today, they are so knowledge and insight and benefit for me. Okay, thank you. I beg your pardon. Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Are you ready, Lesti?
Inshallah.
Yeah,
Ready.
okay. So 10 minutes for you for presentations.
Okay, thank you.
And the rest will be answer and presentation. Okay, floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
The Honorable of Head STKIP PKN Sidoarjo, the Honorable Chairman and the Honorable to Vice Chairman, and the last, the Honorable to all of the examiner in this room. Okay. I am Hesti Kumar Dewi and from page 8. I will present about my thesis proposal. My title is Teaching Speaking Skills Through Duolingo Application to 7th grade students of SMPN to Tanggulangin. Next. Okay. In my thesis proposal, there are 3. The first, introduction. The second, review of related literature. And the last, research method. Next. My introduction. Background of the study. This research needs to be done because students from 7th grade students of SMPN 2 Tanggulangin have very low speaking skills. This is evidenced by the statement of the English teacher that the class average for speaking grades is 60, whereas it should be 80. Therefore, the writer is interested in using the Duolingo application. Duolingo application can be used as a teaching aid for students to practice English both at school and at home. Next. Statement of the problem, there are 2. The first, how is the implementation of learning speaking skills through Duolingo application for the 7th grade students of SMPN 2 Tanggulangin? And the last, how are the students' achievement in learning speaking skills through Duolingo application for the 7th grade students of SMPN 2 Tanggulangin in the 2022 and 2023 school year? My significance of the research, there are 3. The first, the English teacher. The second, the students. The last, the researcher. Next. My scope and limitation. The scope of this study is a teacher and 7th grade students of SMPN 2 Tanggulangin. The limitation of this study is to describe the implementation of speaking skills through Duolingo application. And the last, and to describe the students' achievement in speaking skills through Duolingo application for the 7th grade students of SMPN 2 Tanggulangin. Operational definition. The first, speaking. According to Smith's 1992, about the area speaking is regarded as a crucial oral skill. And then Duolingo application. Duolingo application is an application that uses English as a learning process. The Android application was created by Louis von Ahn and Severin Hacker with a model that will provide students with a variety of learning materials such as vocabulary, grammar rules, conversation exercises, and also there are reminder notifications for students to take the time to learn English. Next. Review of related literature. According to Smith's 1992, yes, I'll skip. Chapter 3, mas. Next. Okay. My research method. The first, there are research design. Research design according to Creswell 2014. Qualitative research. Oh, sorry. 2014. Qualitative research is an approach to exploring and understanding the meanings that individuals or groups attach to social or human problems. And the second, according to Donald Ari 2011, qualitative research is research that attempts to understand the big picture rather than breaking it down into variables. Next. Okay, my subject of the study, this study is conducted at SMPN 2 Tanggulangin in Jalan Kendung Banteng, Kecamatan Tanggulangin, Kabupaten Sidoarjo, East Java, 61272.
Okay, and the second, the reason to choose SMPN to Tanggulangin was that the English teacher there had known well to the writer. The survey is conducted in the 7 class because the class consists of students with similar levels of English proficiency according to teacher recommendation. Okay, my source of data and data. The data source in this study are teachers of English subject and students of SMN 2 Tanggulangin in Jalan Kedung Banteng, Kecamatan Tanggulangin, Kabupaten Sidoarjo. And the last, the data be taken from the results of field note and interview with the teacher. Also the students test achievement results. Next. My instrument using observation field note, using interview, and using test. Next. My data collection procedures. The researchers use triangulation as one of the data validation technique. According to Moleong 2011, in this study, researcher used a source triangulation and a method triangulation. And the second, source triangulation used different sources to obtain the same data. In the past, information from different eras was checked. The focus is on the data sources rather than how the data are collected. Next. My data analysis. The first, after observation and interviews, the researcher analyzed the data based on observation field note and interview guides. And the second, according Miles et al. 2014, find out there are 3 steps to performing the data analysis process in qualitative research. The steps are described as follow. Next. The first, data compression. According to Miles et al., data compression refers to the process of selecting, focusing, simplifying, abstracting, or transforming data within an author's text. And the second, in addition, researchers use data condensation to identify similar sentences. Is this study by shifting, categorizing, and summarizing field note, interviews, and document reviews. The second, data presentation. In qualitative research, data are presented in the form of narrative. The description of data result directed at data compression is organized and arranged in relation patterns so that further investigation can be more easily understood and plain. And the last in this step, the researcher seeks to organize relevant data in such a way that the information is close and has a specific meaning. Next. Okay, the last, drawing conclusion. The final step in qualitative data analysis is to draw and validate conclusion. And the last, in this step, researchers identify the obtained and identified results of their interview. Next, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Pak Dr. Sabat. In this chance, we would like to ask to Mbak Hesti Kumalasari.
Mohon maaf, Kumala Dewi.
Kumala Dewi, right? Okay. Kumala Dewi. Okay. Mbak Hesti Kumala Dewi,
Yes.
why did you put this title?
Okay. Thank you for your question for me. Why? Because 2 grade students in SMPN 2 Tanggulangin are low speaking skill.
Slow speaking skill.
Yeah.
Okay, next. Yeah. Could you mean if you describe what is Duolingo applications? Mean this is apps or website or another's?
This is Duolingo is application.
Apps.
Yeah, apps.
Okay. Then could you, what is it, describe?
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. If you have not a Duolingo application, you can download to Play Store or App Store, and then after that you can click start to up to application, and after that you can fill your account sorry account account. So first, there are your name, your age, your school, and your purpose
Okay, stop it.
using
Duolingo, it is yours or another's?
others.
Another's.
Yes.
You just use it.
Ya.
Ya, tidak membuat.
Tidak.
Berarti. Oke. Pak Hesti ini kan punya skill midwifery. Ya. Kenapa kok gak ngambil teaching English specific purposes in PGRI Sidoarjo? Contoh, kenapa kok ini? Ayo coba jelaskan. Nah, ini. Nah, ini. Gimana? Ini ahli ESP. Nah, kenapa kok gak ngambil itu? Gitu.
Ini boleh menggunakan bahasa. Excuse me. Excuse me, sir.
Oke.
I'm use bahasa. Karena ketika waktu saya melakukan penelitian di S1 juga di tempat yang sama di SMPN 2 Tanggulangin, karena ketika waktu di S1 itu skripsi saya meneliti tentang ini cara penulisan. Terus,
Oke.
nah ketika waktu guru bahasa Inggrisnya, guru pamongnya itu sempat bercerita juga ke saya bahwa di kelas 7 ini speakingnya itu sangat rendah daripada kelas-kelas yang lain gitu.
Oke. In your previous study, kembali nih, Pak pancing dikit ya. Ya, in your previous study, okay, the first study is conducted by David Sulistiawan Aditya,
Yes.
2016. Ya. Entitled Speak App for Improving Speak Skill of Midwifery Students by Android. Ya, ketawa. Oke, kenapa kok melenceng? Ada lagi the second previous study about application mobile learning. Then that previous study, yeah, the effect of using Duolingo application developed, yeah,
Yes.
to the student vocabulary knowledge. Nah, about your teaching speaking skill, apakah ini karena pengagumnya Pak Sahabat semua sehingga teaching speaking skill semua gitu? Coba. Ya, jelaskan. Apa gara-gara membeli ngajar teaching speaking skill? Apa bulailah teaching speaking English skill? Gimana?
Tidak, ini seperti yang sudah saya jelaskan tadi, bahwa guru bahasa Inggris tersebut sudah menjelaskan kepada saya
Oke.
bahwa speakingnya anak-anak di kelas tersebut rendah.
Oke.
Mungkin hanya kebetulan sama judulnya.
Oke. Next ya.
Ya.
This is last question. Ya. Saya takut gak disuruh nguji lagi kalau pakai bahasa Indonesia. In English. Ya. Oke. According to John Criswell, 2014, qualitative research is approach to exploring and understanding the meaning that individual or group attach to social or human problems. Ya,
Yes.
qualitative research. How to make sure that when this final proposal examination now, how to prepare yourself, how to arrange your finding and discussion. Coba. Nah, bagaimana nanti pemaparannya? Punya imajinasi sudah? Have you imagine that how to describe, how to make some finding and discussion? Come on. Kan di akademik nih. Nanti gak bisa mendeskripsikan. Well, ya. Oke. Come on.
Okay. The first, you can download Duolingo application.
No, bukan download. Jadi bagaimana nanti hasil daripada yang Anda akan pada speaking akhir assumption.
Oh, assumption. Okay. My assumption is to help the student speaking skills.
To help
To help speaking.
membantu ya by application.
Yes, scheduling
Okay.
application.
Duolingo application, this is apps. You should pay or this free charge?
Free.
Free
Very, very free.
Okay. Okay. This suggestion Pak Hesti. References ya. Ini kalau di flyernya Mbak Hesti kan ikut pelatihan Mendeley kan?
Ya.
Ya, ini diperbaiki ini.
Oh.
Mendeleynya nanti ya. Oke. Nah, kemudian Mbak Hesti ya spasinya 1,5 lah ya. Biar keren ya. Dan nggak masalah. Nggak usah kok tambah gemuk kelihatannya ketimbang saya yang lihat sebelumnya. Nggak usah
Yes. Pak.
tapi sepengetahuan chairman sama head ya.
Yes.
Kemampuan bahasa Inggrisnya bagus sudah. Kalau nanti meneliti biar punya kelebihan begitu bagus ketimbang Pak yang English for specific
Space proficiency.
pun juga punya tuh. Ilmu wiring itu kan mahal.
Oh iya.
Itu lah.
Ikan.
Ekspedisi. Nah, nanti kan seperti itu ya. Nah itu ya pasti ya. English for nursing,
English for nursing, yes.
midwifery. Saya nyoba English for a pharmacy. Lah gitu dong, lengkap ini. Pharmaceutical. Nah ini, oke?
Okay.
Pasti redek gini. Nanti nggak usah dipasang lagi, Pak. Oke,
Yes.
I hope Mbak Hesti postgraduate from this magister. Yeah. Where, yeah. To be some lectures probably. Graduate from this magister. Then, yeah, by using BP or PDP, by using scholarship and others, ya banyak. Berapa lama?
Dari tahun 2016 sudah di MPBI.
Lama.
2016, sorry, 2017 di MPBI.
Yeah, because Memlis, right?
Yes.
I do too. Like Mr.
Waktu
Sabato,
itu kaprodinya Memlis.
we that is all of you, really, because yeah, we have for about portfolio for about 13 dulu. Ya, 30 lamaran saya sudah kirim kemana-mana, yang terima pertama di sini.
Alhamdulillah.
Tidak mungkin ketemu Prof. Sabat kan?
Benar.
Ya. Like, amin. Ya, jangan bosan-bosan. Our enough than others, so you should not increase your in English. Yeah, I have pair for doctoral. Yeah, sure. Yeah, because
For all three.
three doctoral program in what is it in English? Yeah, linguistic, ilmu bahasa, and pendidikan bahasa Inggris. Because why? Yeah, yeah, because all my lectures here, our Mr. Sabat, taught me to English from midwifery, from pharmacy, it's gonna be fine. Kemarin bisa Masa? Kok minta ijazah? Kata saya kan S3. Wah, lapor saja. Untuk apa itu seperti itu? Ya insya Allah on June ya, Prof. Ya, and July ya I will pass graduate also ya after Mr. Sabat. Ya, Pak Sabat ini lulus tercepat di UNY. Jadi saya mengikuti di belakangnya. Gitu aja saya. Disuruh ngajar lagi saya, Mem. Kaprodi lu, Mem. Masa saya ada dahulu ya, Mem. Ya, jadi punya didiknya Mem di sini. Ya, ada Mem Laila, ada Pak Yulianto saja. Kenapa, Mem? Iya. Mem, dulu belum mungkin, Mem. Belum matang, Mem. Sekarang kan sudah tahu sendiri susahnya dokter, Mem. Lebih menghargai orang. Masih calon dokter itu mas, ya ini ya curhat ini curhat ya alhamdulillah ya. Jadi Memlis masih ketemu ini, kita udah dokter
Ya.
Kita masuk ke sini masih S2 dulu, bahkan mungkin Pak Prof Sabat itu masih S1 ya, Mem.
Satu, J.
Diajar ya, Mem.
Iya.
Prof Sabat diajar dulu, Mem.
Iya.
Iya, nggak ada benernya ya, Mem, ya gurunya. Oke, ya pasti ya. Oke, insya Allah ini STKIP ini semoga cepat jadi universitas lah. Sehingga that that our institution more clear as possible. Ya. Thank you.
Thank
Itu
you.
Pak Esti.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Prof. Sakur, for the motivations and also the insight. The next examiner is Ibu Dr. Sulistaningsih, the floor is yours.
Yes, ma'am.
Alhamdulillah.
According to because to help students speaking skills. Students speaking skills. Collected data. For okay, the first I am using observation field note, and the second I'm using interview, and the last I'm using the test. Okay. Observation field note for the describe how the teacher teach English in the class, and interview to confirm English teacher after teach English by Duolingo application, and the last the test for the take the data students speaking skills. by Duolingo application. Not yet. Yes. Interview. Yeah, not yet. For teacher, what for after the teacher teach English by a Duolingo application. Yeah. After the teacher English teach using Duolingo application. For the students, eh, for confirmation of yeah, to confirmation to confirm the teacher after teach apa teaching using Duolingo. Statement of the problems. There are two. The first, how is the implementation of learning speaking skills through Duolingo application? And then the last, how are the students' achievement in learning speaking skills through Duolingo application for the 7th grade students of SMPN Tanggulangi? How is the students' achievement? Implementation and achievement. Qualitative method. Oh, yeah. Yes. Oh, yeah. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Mm. Number one, interview, answer to number one. And the test, answer number two. No, Mendeley. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Yes, thank you. Okay, thank you everyone. Good afternoon. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Let's check. Bisa dimulai. Oke. Baik, Pak Munawar ya. Using suhu. Using suhu form application for character building of student in vocational high school. Yes, true. SMK itu. Tahu. Oh ya, sorry, tahu. Okay. You have 10 minutes presentation. Setelah itu nanti langsung pada pengunci satu dan time is yours. Yes, thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, Honorable Chairman of MTPI, STKIP. Good afternoon, ex-minder. Good afternoon, my advisor. This afternoon, I would like to propose my thesis proposal. I choose my thesis using Soho form application for character building of student in vocational high school. Why I choose this Soho form? Yeah, as far as I know, in this time, the student has in this 21st century. So I think I must create my thesis in here. We must know about like this characteristic of student in 21st century. At the first time, we know that the student in this time, way of thinking is different with the student before 21st century era. And in this 21st century, we know that the student are asked to have creative thinking, critical thinking, and how to solve the problem and how to make decision from the problem and to be genuine learners in here. And the second one is ways of working. In this way of working, the student in here are asked to able communicate well, and then how to make collaboration with the others. And the third one is we know that the student in this time have ability how to operate the advanced technology like the information and literary. And for the skill of living in the words in here, I think the student must have ability living in this 21st century. So why I choose this Soho, this application that
one of the application which make trigger of the student that with telephone mobile, the student can record the data. And in vocational high school, if we compare with the senior high school, I think it's different. As far as my experience when I was vice of headmaster in student affair several years ago, and my weakness is when I try to find the data. I think the data must write with the note and paper. So this time I think it is not effective. So with the Soho form in here, we can find the data accurately and well and easily. Because after, for example, the student break the regulation, for example, they are late, and then with the telephone mobile, we can record of the data of the student. And my experience when several months ago, there were the students' parents come to the school, and they couldn't realize about my action when their son or their children we write the data. So with the telephone mobile, for example, or with the application Zoom form application, we can show in the computer. And I believe with this application, and then we show in the telephone we show in the telephone mobile or in the computer, to them, I believe they can realize about like the condition which the student break the regulation. Next. Research question in this my study. How is LMS used during school activity, learning management system? My experience when I was in senior high school, Hang Tua 4 use application, its name Fresto. When I came to Jakarta, because there is a meeting in Jakarta, in junior high school Hang Tua 2 Jakarta use LMS Stella. I think there are many kind of LMS which is used by the school, but for this time I think Suhu application for directing or create character building of the student, I think is suitable for it. And then the second one is how does LMS inject the student to be disciplined, responsible, honesty, and character building. My school in vocational high school is well known of discipline because Pak Pri said to me that Komandan Lantamal, I'm not Komandan Lantamal, but I'm just vice master at the first, and then in this time I'm to be a principal in vocational high school Haluan. Yeah, and the famous of my school is discipline. So in enthusiastic of the student parent to send their children to study in my school, I think from this discipline. Yeah, and then it is my Suhu. I hope can defend can defend of trust from the student parent. The third one is how can LMS be implemented for in my school. It is one of my risk question, which I take as for next time. Next, purpose of my study in here, I want to describe how a good LMS or Zoho form application is in my in activities. And then the second one, to describe how the teacher use Zoho form application to inject the student in obeying school regulation and to be character building. In Zoho form, we can find in my teacher's telephone mobile. If the student for example, come to my school and then the Arlit, and then my student are asked to signature in my application like this. And then the third one is describe to how Zoho form application can be conducted for character building of the student in my school. Important of this study, I think, to observe, implementing the school regulation to be obeyed by the student in order to create character building by Zoho application. Next. Scope of limitation in here, to observe student behavior and the use of Zoho form application to inject by student for character building, and also by using Zoho application can change my student behavior about the successful implementing of school regulation in here. This is definition of key term in Zoho form application, because I try to find previous study using Zoho form. I didn't find it. I don't find about previous study. So I think Zoho form application almost same with application which is used by the teachers. When the teacher teach in the class, because several months ago when I studied in Widya Mandala University, actually I would like to use screencast application, screencasting application, that the students are asked to speak in front of the camera, and this time the student can analyze themselves first about my speaking has been good or not. I think it is screencasting is implemented when the teaching process in here. Different with Zoho. I think I try to find Zoho form application about the key term office. One of the application which can be used school tool to inject the atmosphere in school activity. We know that from the government, the teacher and or the staff in school are asked to be student well-being in this time. Yeah, the goal of our government, how the situation in the school are expected to create a student well-being. So the student can stay in the school for a long time, which spend their time for studying, for reading, and so on, like this. So, form application in here, in order to inject atmosphere in the school activity, can the student feel well, yeah, in the school. The second one is the school regulation. In my proposal in here, I try to take part of my school regulation. My school regulation in here is different with the other school because we stay in the Kotik Latal, yeah, in AAL area. So, for example, the student break the school regulation, we are asked for push up and then running around the yard, school yard, and so on. It has been familiar with my school. Yeah, several years ago, this school regulation had ever asked by Dignas, but there is not complaint from the Dignas about some of content in the school regulation in here. Why the school regulation in here like this? Because when I asked to my student, what do you want to be? You join in my school. Some of them they want to be Navy, they want to be Army, they want to be police, and so on. And if they want to register to be Navy and so on. As far as I know, there is Garjas Baterai A. Garjas Baterai A. Like in 12 minutes, the student are asked for running can reach how much? 2000 ideal is 2000 and 2400 meters in 12 minutes like this. Yeah. Definition of the school regulation in here, I think the rule of school, a school may be amended from the time to time for the legal, safety, and other substantive reason, or in order to assess the proper administration of the school. In chapter 2, review of my related literature in here, I would like to explain about Zoho form application and then type of Zoho application in here, benefit application for the student, and disadvantages of program of the application. Several weeks ago, I asked my staff to create this Zoho form. He told to me that it must be paid by CC, Mr. Rin, credit card. In credit card, as far as they know that can be hijacked if we have like CC in here, credit card. So when like this, he said to me the weakness of this application in here. I try to find the solution. If we want to have Zoho form application, any solution of this problem. So there is one of his friend proposed to me must pay 150 for paying this application, because this application must be paid by credit card. We cannot pay directly in here. And then in the house application run for the student in this chapter 2, we try to step by step this application can be run. Next. In chapter 3, research methodology, research design, we try to design how research can be conducted well. And then research subject and setting, I have said before that I'm principal in my school, so I can take this setting for my research in my school itself. And then the participant, all my students, I have 660 students. So I try to analyze about their character, their behavior, and how they join in the class, have good manner, and so on. The data, I can take the data from the computer, this data, because after the student submit of this form of Zoho application, so the data will be sent in database. The database is in the counseling teacher. Counseling teacher is responsible for how the character of the student in here. And then we would like to analyze about this data. Is it good impact or not about this Zoho application conducted in my school like this. Thank you very much.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much for our beloved chairman, Prof. Priyanto Widodo, and our senior lecturer here, Mem Laila. Ya, oke, Mr. Komandan. Nah, ini Komandan langsung ya, Pak Munawar ya. Ini temannya Pak Setiawan bukan? Oh yes. Oke. Ya. Setiawan is my friend in doctoral program of management in Unitomo. Ya. Now, still, ya, doktoral. Ada manajemen. Oke. Oke. Pak Munawar. Yeah, you said to me that this is Zoho form application. Why did you use Zoho form application? Means Zoho application without form. What do you mean? Okay. Zoho form, it's yours or another person that built. Ini milik Bapak atau milik orang lain? Zoho ini. Oh yes. Yes. Okay. Yes, like Google. But this is apps. Yeah. Okay. This is kind of cloud, right? You just download from this application, you see it and combine and fulfill of the what is it? The content. Oh, okay. Yeah.
Itu ya. In situ,
Yes.
when I visit in the stand from state vocational high
High
school
school.
2, I asked to them to create application like this.
Okay.
So when I asked them, and then for a long time, the application has not finished it. So I asked my IT asar, Mas tolong buatkan seperti ini,
Okay.
like this.
Okay.
Nah.
Pak Munawar, then in the chapter 2, review of related literatures. Yeah. Yeah, in Magister, you should create about how to use the material. Ya, as like mungkin siapa ahli IT di situ, ya. Ini kan what is Zoho form application? Jangan langsung what is Zoho application. Ya. Ya. Kemudian then Pak Munawar, ya, teorinya siapa yang sekiranya mendukung LMS Bapak? Carikan aja di ini yang sesuai ya. Ya, kalau di UNY itu Pak Agdon 2006 itu ahli ya yang mendengung-dengungkan tentang LMS 2006 itu. Ya, di-download aja itu banyak itu. Then the second ya, I never see about the previous study before. Ya, you should add in last chapter before chapter 3 ya, about the previous study ya. Previous study means about Zoho form application. Ya. Apakah sudah berpikir that you think that anyone have used Zoho before? Okay. Okay. When you have some difficulties in using some previous study, you should be open Google Scholar. Yes, yeah. Google Scholar. Then input your application for character building. Ya, kalau Zoho kayaknya ini kan baru ya. Belum ada yang memakai sebelumnya. Jadi coba tonjokkan saja kepada application for character building of student vocational high school. Ya, minimally ya in Indonesia mimper-mimper ya. Ya, walaupun bukan Zoho kan seperti itu. Oke. Oke. Anyone use about Zoho form application for character building, ya. Then this is the chapter 2, ya. You should clear first about the theory, then the previous study. Okay. In chapter 3, Pak Munawar, okay. What will you use about the design of this research? Okay, qualitative research. This is based on Sugiono 2010, right? Okay. I ask again, why in chapter 3, the reference didn't include into reference. Kenapa, Pak? Kok gak dimasukkan di referensi? Kenapa? Oh, kejar tayang. Ya sudah kalau kejar tayang. Enggak apa-apa, enggak apa-apa ya. Yang terpenting intinya selesai. Oke, Pak Munawar. Pak Munawar, nanti minta bantuan seperti yang IT tadi. Oke. Please use Mendeley ya. Because this is the standard normal. Ya, normal standard use Mendeley ya. Tinggal nyuruh kayak tadi, Mas. Zoho ini tolong buatkan begini. Sama nanti Mendeley tolong diterapkan seperti ini. Oke. Ya. Oke, Pak Munawar, this is from my questions ya. Because this is SKS sistem ya kan. Oke. Saya nggak bisa menyalahkan. Intinya nanti ini harus selesai kan seperti itu. Oke. Ya, saya sebagai an examiner one ya, just giving some suggestion that you should be great again ya in the second chapter, mean the theory, use as clear as theory, and the third chapter is mean methodology. You are using some qualitative method, but you should be clear again. Ya, siapa kira-kira? Oke, using Sugiono. Oke, and else okay ya. Means when your topic is interest probably Zoho forms application. All my research for about 4 dissertations I use about application abstract Abdul Shakur abstract model, then abstract model, then ASIC model, Abdul Shakur model itu juga, then ASIC ASIC synchronous model then OLI OLI means online learning inquiry. This is online learning inquiry model. This is Abdul Shakur model juga. Jadi sama dengan Pak Munawar saya buat seperti ini. Tapi I'm so sorry before I didn't make by myself. I make by team. Karena kalau jenengan ngomong tadi, saya kejar, saya buat sendiri Pak, saya kejar. Nah, kita orang bahasa Inggris, timnya harus bagus. Ada tim expert in IT, expert in English, expert in judgment. Ada tiga itu. Okay, so Zoho means interest, but you should create again about the chapter 2 and the chapter. Yeah, thank you, Pak. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Pak Pri, Pak Syakur. Thank you for the insight. Assalamualaikum, Pak Munawar. Okay, today is our first meeting in examination. We do not meet even in the, what is that? Thesis proposal process. So this is the first time. I even do not sign, but I already give you, what is that? To say yes for you to do the support today. While because we were not discussing before, so I would like to give some feedbacks today. All right, this is about Zoho application. My first question, Zoho is an application or an LMS? Mhm. All right. I have just, yes. Okay. I have just Googled that Zoho is an application. This is not yet an LMS. Because in LMS, all of the academic and non-academic process is recorded there. Means the teacher's activities, students' activities in academic, you put RPS, RPP over there. This is also happened to Zoho. In Zoho, the teachers also document all of their teaching and learning documentation. Mhm. Can you open Zoho now? Your Zoho? Can you open? Yeah. Okay. So I can, you have to make me sure whether this is an application or an LMS because it is quite different. I do not want to doubt you, but because we just need to, what is that? Consistent in your research questions because in your research question, how is LMS Zoho, how is LMS or Zoho application used? So I have to make sure whether this is an LMS or application, only that. So have you opened the Zoho? Okay. We just want to know. We just want to know to make sure your future research for dealing with your future research. So why don't you use the right name, Pak? Siskal apa tadi namanya, Pak? Siskal SMK. Huh? Enggak. No. The name of the application tadi yang di depan yang ada lambangnya. Sispel. Nah, why don't you use that, Pak? Ya langsung aja. Judulnya using Sispel apa itu tadi yang sudah ada namanya, langsung not Zoho form like this is it too general. So we are debating sampai meninggal ya nggak bakal ketemu gitu ya. So use Sispal tadi because this is not yet an LMS. And then because the Sispal is very specific that you have showed me about pelanggaran very specific di pelanggaran apa. So that is why, do you think that all of the students will there have own awareness to fill in if they made pelanggaran gitu? They will have their own awareness. Apa harus diingatkan dulu untuk mengisi form ketika melanggar? Apakah mereka mengisi sendiri ketika terjadi pelanggaran? So to fill in the form is the teacher, not the student. Okay, I'm starting get the idea then. Okay, so your title is Zoho form. Now we will change Zoho form for character building, but I cannot find character building in your research problem or research questions because that is the title. At least you also put character building in your research question, but here not. But it is fine, but we still have time to revise. Let's say the first one is how is SISPL tadi used during school activities, and then how does SISPL engage students character, let's say, because or how SISPAL build students character. If you want to specify the characters into discipline, responsible, and honesty, you have to put discipline, responsible, and honesty into what is that, scope and limitation, because there are lots of characters. But if you want to limit, so you have to put into scope and limitation. Yeah. And then now later, how will you measure whether the character is built by using SISPL? How will you measure? Okay, if the teacher, let's say, do not, what is that? Do not catch the student misbehaviorism, let's say, so they will skip, they will miss. If the teacher do not catch, do not eyewitness the student's misbehaviorism, what happened then? That will be the weakness. Hmm. Okay, so things that we need to think of is the measurement of, let's say, the effectiveness of character building by using SISPL. Yeah, Pak, later we have to think of this. And then supporting what is just said by Pak Syakur, in chapter 2, you need lots of references like character building. Yes, I agree. If you deal with discipline, responsibility, honesty, you have to think of that too. And then the application and previous studies. I have sent you some references because you said that you couldn't find previous studies. I said the LMS because I thought that it is an LMS, but this is not an LMS, so you do not need to use my references that I have sent you through WhatsApp group. Through WhatsApp later. You need to open, not now. And then I'm interested with this, what is it? This figure or this picture, but it is better if you just put this one, the logo and something, and then and the first menu. You have to show us to the first menu here, so we know at least the illustration. Nah, this is you have put this here. I do I do agree with that, but later we need to make it better in the presentation, in the narration. And in research method, page 21, Pak Munawar, you have 3 general possible problems brought by the researcher, number 1 and 2 and 3. Okay, you got it, Pak? 21. Okay. Do they relate to research question or you build something new here? Because I cannot find the correlation between what you are presenting here and in your research question. Number 1, 2, 3. Which one do you prefer to actually? This one or in your statement of the problem? So what I mean here is which one the problem is? Which one is your research problem is in chapter 3 or in chapter 1? Because you propose 2 different problems. In chapter 1, research questions 1, 2, 3, and in chapter 3, there are 1, 2, 3 also. Which one? Which one, Pak? We just focus on one research problems version. Nah, versi yang mana? Yang versi di bab 3 atau di bab 1? Nanti kita tentukan lagi ya, Pak. Ya, so make it consistent. And then you need to read the template of thesis proposal. You missed instrument, and then on the instrument, if I'm not mistaken, if you have interview is the instrument, so you have to attach the interview guidelines so we know what questions you are going to ask to the students or to the teachers. So we will know at least how will you take the data and then what kind of information that you are going to have. So we know that, okay, so this will be done by Pak Munawar later. Okay, Pak, thank you. I hope that we will meet more what is this frequently, so we do not have such kind of misunderstanding. And then this is still very simple and far away from perfect. But that's fine. This is a very good step for us to do the research later. Thank you.
the effect of SQ3Rs. SQ3R, panic. Okay. You have 10 minutes presentation and give a chance to examine yourself, one and two, Ma'am Julis and Ma'am Laila. Okay, time is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Pri. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Honorable to Chairman of Postgraduate Program, Mr. Dr. Priyanto Widodo, MPD, and then Honorable to First Examiner, Dr. Sulistianingsi, MPD, MCA, Honorable to Second Examiner, Dr. Laila Musyarofa, MPD. In this occasion, I will say thank you because I have chance to present my thesis proposal here in a good condition and happy situation. Okay, this title is about the effect of SQ3R technique on student reading comprehension of narrative text. Okay, next, Mas Ivan. Okay, why I choose this title? Because in the introduction, reading comprehension is one of the problems faced by Indonesian students reading English text. Especially in my school, there's also the same problem. And then the second, most Indonesian students have difficulties in reading English text because English in Indonesia is a foreign language. And then applying an appropriate and efficient reading strategy is crucial to help students improve their reading comprehension. Because sometimes maybe the student didn't even do not give by the teacher, do not given by the teacher about appropriate or efficient strategy. And then one of the strategy that consider effective in teaching reading comprehension is SQ3R. The SQ3R technique is a method designed developed by Francis P. Robinson to help learner understand the purpose of the context text. And then student can use SQ3R technique to actively read a text to get the maximum benefit from their reading time. So this research is conducted to describe the implementation of SQ3R in teaching reading comprehension and to identify student response toward the implementation of SQ3R. Therefore, the writer is interested in examining the research of the effect of SQ3R technique on student reading comprehension of narrative text. Next. So from the problem above, there is a statement of problem. There are two. The first, is there any difference between experiment group and control group in reading comprehension through SQ3R techniques? And then the second, to what extent the effect of SQ3R technique in reading comprehension? Next. Okay, the purpose of the study is first to find out the differences between experiment group and control group in reading comprehension through SQ3R techniques. And then the second, to find out the effect of SQ3R techniques in reading comprehension. Next. Okay, the significance of the study. There are three. The first, for the teacher can use this technique, especially in teaching English in the classroom, about narrative text. It can develop the student skill by using SQ3R because it can be a positive effect on reading comprehension of student. And then the second, for the student, this research is expected to be new knowledge for students in learning reading. So they have a new way to help them in understanding reading material through SQ3R method. And then the third, the study may contribute to the further researcher who will conduct an experiment using same technique but with different reading text. Because in this research, I take from another researcher. Another researcher maybe use another text, and then I use the different one. The scope and limitation, the focus on this research is to know the effect in reading comprehension using SQ3R method at the 10th grade student of SMK Trisakti Beji. Next, the hypothesis. There are two kinds of hypotheses. The first null hypothesis. There is no significant effect of SQ3R technique on student reading comprehension of narrative text at 10th grade of SMK Trisakti Beji. And then the second hypothesis is alternative hypothesis. There is a significant effect of SQ3R techniques on student reading comprehension of narrative text at 10th grade of SMK Trisakti Beji. And then this is the operational definition. There are three kinds. The first about reading comprehension. This is the ability to analyze and make conclusion from the text and define as the level of understanding of the text. And then the second about the SQ3R. This is the method that used by the teacher to make student easy to understand and what the text tell about. It has 5 steps. That's why it has 5 steps. These are survey, question, read, recite, and review. That's why it's called 3R, because read, recite, and review. And then the last narrative text. This is the text in vocational high school, especially. It's also sometimes in senior high school also. It's a text which tell about story or passive from the beginning to the end. It's tell about stories that happened in the past to entertain the reader that deal with complication or problematic event which lead to crisis and it's to find solution. Next. Okay, this is the review of related literature. This is about definition of reading, aim of reading, type of reading, reading comprehension, definition of SQ3R, step of SQ3R techniques, and then the advantage. Actually, there are 3 advantages of using SQ3R. And then the definition of narrative, the function of writing narrative text, generic structure, and also language feature of narrative text. Next. Yes. And then the research method. This research will use quasi-experimental design. The population and sample are students of 10th grade at SMK Trisakti Beji with about 20 students in each class. So there are 2 places that use it in this research. The first experimental class and then the second control class. And then the researcher will conduct 4 meetings in this research. 4 meetings that used for pre-test once. And then the second and the third meeting is for treatment. And then the 4th meeting is for post-test to get the data. Okay, thank you. I think that's all for my presentation. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Pak Pri, for the time. What is your name, Mr. Maskur? Yeah, congratulations, Mr. Maskur. So today at last you can attend this examination. Yeah, I hope you are well today. Okay. Okay. What is the title of your research? You gave for the thesis proposal. The title of your thesis proposal.
The effect of SQ3R technique on student reading comprehension of narrative text.
What are the reasons for choosing this research title?
I choose this title because there is a problem about I choose this title because there is a problem about the student, especially in Indonesia, especially more specific in my school. there is difficulties when the student comprehending the text, especially for narrative text. And then the second reason why I choose this title is when I look at another researcher that try to find out about the use of SQ3R, but using car. And then now I try to research the technique, use the technique in by using quasi-experimental design.
Why use this theoretical basis in your research? Why do you use this theoretical basis for your research?
Because I have two classes with because I want to know the effect about the use of this technique. So I
Okay.
use this design to know, to find out the effect by comparing the classes experimental and also the control class name.
What is this technique name?
This technique is SQ3R.
Okay. This strategy includes how many steps?
5 steps.
What are they?
Survey, and then question, and then read, recite, and then review.
Can you explain what is survey, please?
Survey means the student give a chance to look at the text in a simple way. Just look at the heading and also look at the last paragraph to find out about the point, the main point of the text, not read all of the text at the first. And then the second step about question, after read the headline, the student make a question by themselves. And then the third step is about read. So that after the student make a question, and then the student read all of the text to find out about the question that they make. And then the fourth recite, the student after read the text, the student make such as underline or make
Review?
review, not review, ma'am.
What's
Uh,
that?
This is still recite.
Or recite?
Make
Should
their own
rehearse
word.
the answers?
The answer by their own word.
Yeah.
After read the text, and then the last review, the student review about combining the answer and also the text.
Okay. What is the problem of your study?
The problem of
The
my
formulation of the problem.
statement of the problem to find out the differences between experimental class and also control class. And then the second is to find out about the effect of the use of SQ3R.
The first, what did you say? The first was
To find out,
to find out
yeah, the difference between experimental class
experimental group and control
and
group
control group.
and reading comprehension. Your title is the effect of SQ3R technique on students' reading comprehension on narrative text.
Yes.
Why not? Why your problem not to find out the effect of SQ techniques on student reading comprehension?
Because in this case, the problem that faced by student is about narrative.
I think if the title is the effect of SQ3R technique, the problem should be in line, yeah, with the title. What is the effect of the something like that? Yeah. So is there difference between, and the second, if you want to ask, is there any difference between experiment group and control group? So this is about the method, yeah. What kind of method are you using in this study? What kind of method? I heard that you said, what did you say?
No.
The reset method? Quasi? Apa? Yeah, do you know what is that?
This research,
Uh-uh.
it is designed to identify comparison group.
Yeah,
That's why
yeah, comparison group. So I think your title is better that the comparison between experiment group and control group and reading comparison through SQL technique, something like that. Yeah, the title I think in line with the problem. And okay, now what is number 2? Statement of the problem number 2.
find out
To what extent? The effect of
the effect of
yeah.
SQQR.
Yeah, to what extent the effect of SQ3R techniques in reading. Yeah, I think this is you can change this to become number 1 and the number 1 to become number 2. Yeah. Okay. Now I will ask again. To answer this question, what instrument are you going to use for collecting data?
Collecting the data, I use pre-test and also post-testment. So there are 4 meetings for the first before to know about the ability of the student, to know about the comprehending of the student, we do the post-test, pre-testment.
So you will use tests, yeah?
Yes.
Test, only test, or there is another instrument?
Only testament.
Only test. Is there any example of exercise in the appendix? No. Please complete with the appendix with the example of exercise, yeah? Exercise for test, yeah? Because using this instrument, you can collect the data to answer number 1, experiment group and control group, yeah? And now, what instrument are you using to answer number 2?
I think the
To what extent the effect of SQ3R technique in reading comprehension? What instrument?
The same technique, the same instrument, man. The
To
result
what extent the
of
effect?
the result of pre-test and also pre-test comparing, and then after that found in SPS then.
So I will check here your instrument. The writer will conduct 4 meeting. And then the first pre-test that's conducted by the determined. And the last meeting post-test. Okay. And how to analyze your data collection? How to analyze?
After I got the data from the pre-test and post-test, it will be counted by SPS assessment, and then after that, the result from SPSS.
That's to get the effect, yeah?
Yes.
To get the effect, and you know the extent of the effect, yeah? And how to compare the between experiment group and control group in reading comprehension. How? Bagaimana membandingkan hasil dari eksperimen group dan control group menggunakan apa? Okay. Okay, I think you can discuss again with your advisor, yeah. Okay, thank you. Oh yeah, sorry. How to write this reference? Please write in the middle, yeah.
Okay, thank you, ma'am, for the insight And congratulations, Pak Maskur. Hoping that you are getting well again and again, over and over. And then, okay, you have written your draft very well and carefully. So I like such kind of draft, which is very tidy. And then, why can't you answer the question from memories? How will you analyze the data? And then how will you find out the effect? Why can't you answer the question? What I mean, but because it is clearly explained here in your chapter 3. After you got the data, after you got the score from the experiment group and control group, and then what you are going to do. And you just put the score at on the SPSS program, and everything is boost. Find out the effect, right? Is that right? No. So how will you find the effect? How will you find out the effect?
You have to find the effect after we got the data. Maybe there is test of normality, because this is such as something to supplement the graphical assessment of normality. So the data distribution is normal, can be set as normal if the normality test result is about 0.05. And then if the result is less than 0.05, the data contribution is not normal.
Okay, and after that, to know whether this is effective or not from normality. What SPSS do to find out the effect then?
And then the second, after the gather data, we also test the homogeneity. To analyze the test of homogeneity, the writer used Lipin's table, and it should be about, it is the same, 0.05 in order to have homogeneity distribution data. The step to calculate, maybe it's also used.
And then the last one is test hypothesis. Okay, so that should be the answer when memories ask you the question. You should answer like that. So actually, you know the step one by one, but maybe it is too long to answer, or I do not know why, and you didn't answer at all. So that is the answer, ma'am. The steps. And yes, ma'am. Okay, so you have SPSS, you have the program, and after you take the test from the experimental and then control group, you just collect all the scores and then put into SPSS to check everything, and then you will find out the effect and to what extent the effect. Okay, good luck for everything, Pak. Jaga kesehatan selalu ya. Thank you.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, this is I don't know how to say something because I never imagined to stand up here, especially to be examined for postgraduate. This is I don't know how to say. Okay, the last I say thank you very much for Pak Pri, Ma'am Tulis, and also Ma'am Laila, and also another advisor that cannot attend today maybe because they all of them uh, give the best support to me because when I entered to this college, I don't know everything about especially article and so on. And then when they give advisor, give advice to me, I know about everything now. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The Honorable of the Chairman and then the Head of STKIP, Sidoarjo, and then also the examiners, peers. I will tell about my thesis proposal. This is about mitigating learning loss through linguistic landscape exposure of the 9th grade SMPN to Sukodono. The background of the study here, loss of learning is a condition in which student motivation is greatly reduced. The loss of learning really happened when the COVID-19 pandemic. This is the picture of the past that happened COVID-19 pandemic 2 years ago. And then this one, indeed, there are some indicators of learning loss
that are already manifesting in the pandemic due to low students attendance rate and very high absence rate. Many students didn't submit their work to Google Classroom, and many students got low scores when they took the exam. Here, I gave assignment to for about 36 students, and then they handed in only 12 students, not almost a half of the student in the class. And then next. The reality happened in some schools during Sidoarjo's reign, specifically in SMP and 2 Sukodono. Many students did not follow the learning and teaching process well enough. Okay, so when I teach in online class, there are some of the students, followed it, and then I ask. Usually I ask them to, make a voice note. It is sign of their attendance in my class, but not all the students come in WhatsApp group. Next. Here, I ever, did home visit at that time. So many students not allow the teaching process, studying and teaching process in the group online. So I went to one by one students there, and there is the reality. Next. Therefore, innovative education strategies begin with a growth mindset. The researchers spend time researching, coming up with better strategies for teaching the students, create something new or adapt an existing method. Here, it is the kinds of landscape that I ever try to give to my students, to both of in handwriting there. It is in the past, and then this one in progress. So I try to make them receive motivation from the teacher. Okay, next. So the statement of the problem, the first, how linguistic landscape is exposed in teaching learning process. And then the second, how does linguistic landscape exposure mitigate learning loss? And then the objective of the study to describe linguistic landscape is exposed in teaching learning process, and to describe linguistic landscape exposure mitigates learning loss. This is the significances of the study. I hope for the teacher, I hope my friends as the teachers understand about the condition of the students, about their learning loss in the past when the pandemic situation. And then I hope my friends can have some methods to make the other strategies to make the student not getting learning loss anymore. And then for the researchers, this research is expected to contribute to the development of science related to the quality of English learning. And the result of this research will serve as a reference for future research. And then scope and limitation. The scope, I choose my students, my own students in 9A, 9B, and 9D. And then the limitation for this study, I only want to know the motivation of the student, how to study English. And then next. This is the previous study that I chose. There are three. The first is learning loss during the COVID pandemic and the impact of emergency remote instruction on first grade students writing, a natural experiments by Guzman Bernhard Unescort. The method, descriptive quantitative, and then the difference from my research. Next, it is Gustav tell about the difference between what is it? Writing capability of the first grade before pandemic and when the pandemic happened. But in my study, it is try to explain about when the pandemic happened and then right now offline studying and then what happened about learning loss. That's and then next previous study, the second English exposure from digital media and its influence on communicative competence students perspective and experiences by Edi Haryanto. The difference between Edi Haryanto and my experience, my research, it is about English exposure by digital media, Edi Haryanto, but I will try to make linguistic landscape, use linguistic landscape to exposure English for the students. Next. And then the last, this is linguistic landscape at Yogyakarta Senior High School in multilingual context patterns and representation by Erma Andrianti. The difference between the previous study used linguistic landscape, find trilingual pattern applied in 5 schools, but in this study used only 1 school. And in the class, in Erna Andrianti, it's not in the class, but around the school will find the linguistic landscape. But in my research, I only put on the wall about the linguistic landscape. Next, Mas Ivan. Okay, the method. This study will use case study. The study needs participant to fill the questionnaires in Google Form. It was chosen because based on Hill and Wicross. And then the second is case study. Research design uses qualitative data. It will explain and describe the moods that occur in students with regard to students' motivation in learning English. And then this study also aimed to clarify the fact, phenomena, and circumstances that existed during the research process by organizing what happened when distance learning was discontinued and classroom learning activities resumed increased. And then the participants that I said from SMPN to Sukodono Sidoarjo, that the participant that I choose must be had learning loss experience before. That is first. The second, the participant must be active, joined in making the linguistic landscape, and the participant always in the room used for research. And it will choose 5 participants who will give the questionnaire and interview the researcher. I will describe what the participant tell the truth. And then source of data. The source data is selected SMPN to Sukodono. They will given question in questionnaire form, and then it will be written. And then the data are the value of answer from the participant that have interviewed. The answer from the questionnaire and the result of the interview will be described clearly. Okay, the instrument, I as the main instrument, and then to collect data, I will use questionnaires and interview guidelines as a technique. In this research, I will use open question, where the participant can write their statement, like make kinds of diary, which was related to their own opinion. So I will use partially structured interview as a data collection technique to gather the data from the participants. And it will also do in-depth interviews to the participants. The question will give more detail and complete according to the needed of the research. Okay, the data collection procedure. Case study research usually includes a variety of data collection techniques, and data is collected from a variety of sources. Data collections techniques include interviews, questionnaires, observations, direct and participant, and relevant documents. Data analysis. Yeah. The method, this is from I use Mails and Haberman. Data collection, data display, and then data condensation, conclusion, drawing, verifying. Okay, special thanks for Pak Pri and all the explainers. Yeah, thank you.
Time for me. You know Rati, yeah?
Yes.
Okay, Ms. Suti. Congratulations. So today you have time for thesis proposal, yeah?
Yes.
It's good news, yeah, for you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, what is the title of your research?
Mitigating learning loss through linguistic landscape of the 9th grade SMPN to Sukodono, ma'am.
Okay. What is the linguistic landscape exposure mean?
Linguistic exposure means linguistic landscape exposure means I use it is a kinds of anything that can be stick on the wall and everything that full of colorful, and then everyone can see it. And
Can you give example?
Pardon?
Example.
I bring it, ma'am, like this one.
Oh.
It is a kind
So
of
like a picture, something interesting.
but
Interested to student.
yes, and then about it is full of in English, so the students can see it and then try to understand what does it mean.
Who decided for that pictures?
Actually, I asked my students to make it because I would like them to practice their English by drawing maybe from Canva, and then they can print it out and then press it, and after that we can stick on the
Ask them to express what the picture means.
not only the picture but also the design.
To express everything.
Yes.
What they include in landscape, linguistic landscape.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so how do you? Oh yeah, so okay, yeah, that's the example of linguistic landscape exposure. Now I will ask, as you explain, you will choose 5.
Yes.
How are you going to choose it?
I will choose in.
I'm sorry, I should off.
Okay. Okay. I will choose them from the low, what is it? Understanding about English, and in the middle and in the high, I will choose them like this one. So I will take 1 or in low, and then 2 for the middle, and then 2 for high.
From
Score.
their score.
Yes.
Let's see. It can be on. It's like example sample
Yes.
Like-
If
using
if maybe 5 participants not enough to
how many students are there?
actually there are for about 100 students from 3 classes, ma'am. If what is it? Maybe I can add it if it is necessary.
According to Arigunto, maybe it's about 10% or 20% like
Oh,
that, yeah.
I see.
Please try to find, yeah,
Okay.
how to
Case
choose
study,
the
ma'am, yeah.
people, yeah.
Case study.
Yeah, for case study.
Okay,
Yeah,
yes.
okay, for case study.
10%. Yes.
No,
For about
you have to look at the
yes.
theory first.
Okay. Yeah, thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, and then share the result of your research because you said that are you going to use the questionnaire? Yeah?
Yes.
Questionnaire, and I saw your questionnaire that's about opinion.
Yes, open questionnaire, ma'am. So I asked them to write down everything that they feel about what they did and what are the experience of their studying.
So I will ask how are you going to measure the result of your questionnaire? Because this is open questionnaire.
I just want to know how far they
Yeah,
motivate.
it should be shown with the number. Jadi untuk mengukur sesuatu itu harus bisa ditunjukkan dengan angka dan menggunakan teorinya siapa gitu.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
because this open questionnaire, yeah. I think
yes.
this is very difficult, yeah, to especially this for what junior high school, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, for junior high school, yeah.
Yeah. For
Why
junior.
not using yeah, close questionnaire. So just you can take, yeah,
Okay.
using 5. I think this will be easy for student and for you too.
Okay,
And you
ma'am.
can get accurate
Data.
results, yeah.
Okay, result. Okay.
Okay, I think enough for me. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Liz.
Okay, thank you. Congratulations, Bu Sutri.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am,
I'm happy you
for
are
the
here.
support. Yeah.
Okay, I'm happy you are here today.
Yeah.
Well, I like your title because this is very specific, unique, and interesting. And then we have to pay attention to the feedback from members.
Yes.
How to measure, how to know whether this is mitigated or not. That's the question. Actually, in your questionnaire, you have already mentioned the whole thing. There are 10 questions. 1 up to 10, it is about their past, their experience when they learn in pandemic, and then the rest 10 questions are the questions dealing with what is that? Linguistic landscape exposure. So from the questionnaire, actually we can measure students' experience before and after.
Yes.
But it is fine to make it clear whether this is mitigated or not. Open-ended question is not only answering after they score 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, but you give also you give also their opinion to write. But first you have to give 1, 2, 3, 4,
Oh,
5,
I
6.
see.
But before that they can write anything, their
Okay.
opinion. So it is easier for you later to find out the score.
Okay.
So if the score is high, let's say it is mitigated, not it is not mitigated. So it's better, I think.
Okay. So close and open questionnaire,
Yeah,
ma'am.
mix. So
Okay.
after 1, 2, 3, they can choose.
Yes.
They can add their own opinion.
Okay.
there.
Okay. Thank you,
Okay.
ma'am.
And then while others about the numbers, because this is case study, this is qualitative. If you think 5 is enough, so it is fine 5. But if you think that 5 voices or 5 students are not enough to the data, so you have to add because this
Yes.
is qualitative.
Yes.
Kalau sudah jenuh ya sudah selesai. Kalau
Okay.
belum jenuh ya lanjutkan sampai selesai kan
Yes.
gitu. basic principle-nya. Well, congratulations again. Thank
Ah,
you.
Thank you, ma'am. Ya, thank you, Pak. Pri. Ya. Mm-mm. Any journal, I think. Ya, ya. Oke, oke, Pak Pri. Yeah, I have it Mr. Eka, but but no, belum tercatat di situ. Iya, but I have. Oke, thank you Pak Pri. Oke, thank you all the examiners. Thank you very much, Pak Pri. Thank you. I hope I can make revise this, make revision, and then please, Ma'am Lela, still accompany me to make it better and better. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. First of all, let me thank for Mr. Priyanto Widodo for as a chairman of postgraduate program, and also Mrs. Aisha and also Miss Viola as my examiner. I also thank you for the opportunity that has been given to me this afternoon, or to evening, to present my research proposal. So this is my title of research proposal: Metacognitive Strategy of Papua Students in English Reading Skills.
Next. So as we know together that Indonesia has numbers of island, and if we pay attention to the most east in the Indonesia, there's one island called Papua. Please next. And according to the data that I got from UNICEF, Papua's development still lacking because probably they're still lacking of government attention, especially in field, especially in education field. There's still really need more attention in education field. Next. So government try to send some Papua students. They try to transfer some Papua students to Java to experience education in Java. However, they face some difficulty on adaptation, such as next culture. They have to adapt to the new culture, new environment, and also a new daily routine. They also have a difficulty in learning new material resource that probably they haven't gotten it in the previous place. And also they have to learn English as foreign language, which is a must in Java. Next, again. Okay. Moreover, reading skills are quite emphasized in the academic field. However, some Papua students are still having difficulty with reading skill. As we see it here, I cited from Utomo Musa, Rova, and Widodo. Reading is one of the most crucial components of efficient language acquisition. Therefore, I believe that, yes. Therefore, I believe that Papua students need to learn to have a good strategy so they can also be independent learner. That's why I believe metacognitive strategy can help them to understand the strategy to learn. Next. No, okay. Okay, sorry. Okay. It's okay. You can display all of it. Okay, metacognitive strategy. So metacognitive strategy is strongly correlated with effectiveness in learning a second or foreign language. So the benefits of a student, if they have or they master metacognitive strategy, they will aware of their learning process. They can also check their own performance in learning. And if they face some problem, they can solve the problem and also evaluate their strategy. Just in case they face some problem, they can also change to new strategy. Next. There is some previous studies that I have reviewed. So the first previous studies taken from was written by Pise Nicodemus. The title is Metacognitive Learning Strategies Used by the Sixth Semester. The finding is strong students employ the metacognition strategy while weak students hardly ever employ this technique. And good students frequently use it to improve their speaking skill. So this study focus on speaking skill. So the similarity is this research is also research of metacognitive strategy and also English skills. But the difference is this study focus on speaking skills, and also the subject or the participant is 6th semester students. Next. And this is the second previous study. The writer is Bria and Bato, written in 2019. The title is Metacognitive Strategies of Undergraduate. And the finding is, the finding shows that postgraduate students employ a metacognitive strategy in reading more than undergraduate students. Here, some similarity. It also talk about metacognitive strategy and also reading skills. But the difference is it used mixed method, and the participant is undergraduate students. So I come to the statement of the problem. The first statement is, how is Papua students' metacognitive strategy in reading skills? And the second is, what are the factors affecting Papua students' metacognitive strategy in reading skills? Here is some review of related literature. So metacognition is personal knowledge and control of cognitive process during the learning process. Metacognition is also a condition of process that results in declarative knowledge of one's mental states, can be defined as thinking about one's thinking. Next. And here is metacognition that has been formalized by Feynman and Bayes-Husen. The first is orientation and planning. The second is execution activities. And the third is monitoring tasks. And the fourth is elaboration and evaluation activity. Next. And this is reading skills that students need. The first one is decoding. The second is phonological and phonemic awareness. The third is reading fluency. The fourth, reading comprehension. Fifth is vocabulary. Sixth, memory. And the seventh is logical thinking. Next. Research design. Following the purpose of this study, qualitative research method is the most suitable research design. Next. So the part, not yet. Okay, sorry. For the participant, so the participant will be Papua students at SMA Emmanuel Batu. They are grade 12, and there are five Papua students in that class at grade 12. And they have studied there in Batu for 3 years. Next. There are 8 instruments that I will use. The first is the researcher. So the researcher will be the key of the research. And second is observation sheet that I will use in observation. The third is interview guideline that I will use in interviewing. And the fourth is video recorder for documentation. And the fifth and sixth is report text and host question that I will use to observe the metacognitive strategy of the students. And the seventh is student summary text. This is the task that the student have to do after reading their report text. And the last is note that I used to write all my observation and also my interview. Next. For the data collection procedures, firstly, the observation will be on site. The students read the report text with hot question. The researcher will observe their metacognition process by asking the participant. And the second is interview in the form of a focus group discussion to get the comprehensive information with all students. And the question will be in depth to discover the factor affecting their metacognitive strategy. Okay, I think this all for my research proposal presentation. Thank you. No, I'm not a teacher there. Yes, but I have a lot of friends there. Yes. Yes. Mas Rachel.
Congratulations, and I love your idea in surfing Papua, and yeah, ethnicity that we have to be aware to make the world know about Indonesia.
Yes, ma'am.
Indeed. Okay, well, from the title, the keyword, according to you, what are they? The keyword,
The keyword.
the keywords from the title.
Metacognitive strategy.
There are how many keywords?
Oh, 2.
2.
Yes.
What are they?
Metacognitive strategy and English reading skill.
Okay, cool. So, dealing with the keyword, it is better for you to implement in definition of K-term.
Okay.
Because in chapter 1
Oh, yeah.
sorry.
Yes, I realized that.
Yeah. In operation definition, it is quite different with the keyword from the title. It must be metacognitive strategy and reading skills, not just reading. Are you clear? Okay.
Yes, clear, ma'am.
And the next one, I want to emphasize on your research question. For research question here, how many reading skills actually that people have? More than one or what? Sorry. Because your research question here, you mentioned 80.
Oh yeah. Yes.
Statement of the problem on, yeah, I have write this one.
Okay.
On page 6, how is Papua students' metacognitive strategy in reading skills?
Yeah.
How many reading
Yeah, it
skills?
should be just one bucket, so it should be reading skill.
Oh, reading skill.
Yeah.
Okay, that's mistype, yeah?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I apologize.
Yeah. Please make me clear about the second research question. What do you mean by what are the factors?
The picture means probably the background, that related to their environment in the previous place, or maybe their relationship, or the way how the parent do the parenting to them. That I probably think that it have a correlation with metacognitive strategy, the way of they think.
Okay. But when I see your research design, you will use qualitative research, right?
Yes.
You have to remember that qualitative research focuses on observing the process. So, when you observe metacognitive strategy implementation to know the student English reading skill, why don't you also have the question of the students' achievement of reading skill?
Okay.
After you have get a lot of information and fix conclusion about the implementation of a metacognitive strategy of Papua student in English reading skill. Don't you want to know the student achievement in reading
In reading skill, do you mean in the class?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So just because the reader will have curiosity.
Yeah.
Is it good as the strategy to develop reading skill or not? So it is better for you to to also inform the reader about the student achievement of reading skill after using metacognitive strategy.
Okay. Then
Because
will it be still qualitative research, or because if I do that, should I make this quantitative research? Should I have to assess the reading skills?
but there are messy mindset maybe or perception. Numbers does not number does not belong to any kinds of research design.
Okay.
But if how to analyze the number, that will decide what research design that we will use. If you analyze the number with statistical format, it is quite clearly that you use quantitative. but it's the number, the score of the student, the learning achievement after using metacognitive strategy, and you conclude that 100 does not mean 100 in qualitative, but 100 can be an excellent one. 50 can be as average one.
Okay.
Because when you do not show the result after implementing the metacognitive strategy, I'm not sure that this proposal will give a practical contribution for society. Okay.
Then okay. Can I ask in the middle of the question? So I want to ask. So I have to do the observation. So the test will be conducted in observation phase. Okay, in the observation phase, so they have to read the report text with hot question within. So I have to do it twice.
The next question is related to your ask a question. Will you implement that strategy, or you observe the teacher, the real teacher, to use this one?
I will do it by myself. Yes. I will do the observation.
Okay, you will implement.
Yeah, I will
and also observe. That's good. For example,
wait.
strategy. Oh yeah. Yeah. So it's just the observer.
Yes, the observer.
Observer in the classroom, right?
Oh no, just five students.
It is private.
5 students. They will be gathered, and then I will.
Okay. So the result does not mean that does not always mean the score. You can give the result as the perception of the student. Okay. Okay, because the reader will know about the strategy, the result of using that strategy. Okay, next. For every chapter, yeah, Mas,
yes,
you have to make introductory paragraph. So after chapter like this,
yeah. Okay, thank you.
One paragraph must discuss only one main topic. Yeah.
Yes.
So it is we have to, and also about the objective of the study. The objective of the study must be linear with the statement of the problem. If you have two research questions, so you have to have two objectives of the study. Okay, and now for the resources that you use, you have to be up to date, accompany them, the older one, with the new resources, with the new source. Why? Because you have to be responsible for having the novelty of your proposal. There are so many aspects of having novelty. One is related to the source that you use to provide it is to strengthen your argumentation. And okay. When you do citation
Yes.
here, only the year in the bracket, not with the name of people. Jadi according to Nunan,
Yeah. Oh, it's okay. I made mistake. Okay.
Your idea is very interesting. Unfortunately, there are several, what's that? There are several subtitles that you have to be elaborate more. Because from chapter 1 until chapter 3, I found you wrote on in to 23 pages. It is not enough.
Oh,
Yeah,
20
23 pages. Yeah,
pages. Oh,
yeah. If I'm not mistaken, yeah, 23 pages. Oh yeah, the last. It's the last, yeah.
last.
Actually, nanti saya ingatkan, nanti diambil ya.
Okay.
Actually, metacognitive strategy has several indicators, several components. You have to focus on the components of metacognitive strategy, not the components of reading.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I saw in your proposal, you mentioned several components of reading. It is not related with your main discussion.
So I have to focus on the metacognitive strategy. I have to write it more.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can you get the
Yes.
point? Okay.
Yes, I get the point.
Thank you. Continue to be the perfect one.
Okay, thank you. Yes, always.
Thank you. You do not please what I already said. Thank you. Okay, thank you, Mas Regi. Congratulations. Mas, what's that?
Oh.
Well, there are some insights from Bu Ais, and all of them we should consider later. Well, about the one that I agree with is about not the score, but after you observe the students, these 5 students, and then they use their metacognitive strategy in comprehending the reading, the report, and then after that you must score, right? Whether the hot questions nilainya berapa terakhir. It is fine, you report. It doesn't need to have the assessment or reading achievement in the research question, but later on you can report the result.
Okay.
Let's say the metacognitive strategy used by student A, this, and the score is this. Student B, this, and the score is this. Only the report, because teaching assessment is one part of the teaching process, right? So it is fine. While to elaborate the idea, because only 23 pages, I think you still have time to do so, because especially in chapter 2, we still have time adding and adding, revising and adding. I think you will achieve the proper pages for thesis proposal. Well, again, my students topics are all unique and specific, so I'm proud of them. Thank you so much, and congratulations again.
Thank you, Ms. Lola. Thank you so much. Okay, thank you for all the advice. I will consider it, and I will make it better, my research better. I think that's all. Good afternoon, everyone. God bless you.